teaching then heard from ROTHSCHILD. Sometimes discussed in Shabbat as contrast to Chassidic men. Hallel Hebrew for praise. Psalms recited on festivals. Hallel Gadol Hebrew for great Hallel. Longer psalm of praise, recited on special occasions. Hamotzi Hebrew blessed cover bread. Brings forth bread from the earth. Hanachos Hebrew for notes. In Shabbat. Transcripts of the Reba X are rented. Hanachos will be human Hebrew for unedited transcripts. Notes from a Reba X talk before editing. Hanachos Hebrew for edited transcript. Checked by the Reba. Hanukkah Hebrew for dedication. Holiday celebrating the Maccabees' victory and the royal miracle. Hanukkah Gel Yiddish for Hanukkah. Given to children. In Shabbat, vows given by the Reba. Hanukkah Mezuzah Hebrews Yiddish for Hanukkah party. Digged in Shabbat outreach. Ma'orah Hebrew for inside.
Spike in the first century after the temple revolt, when all kinds of slaves were brought back to Rome, although Jews were clearly living in Rome prior to this period. So we have since then discovered 6 specific catacomb systems in Rome, which are definitely Jewish. It's interesting also to note that they're all centered around the Colosseum, which was built largely with the labor of Jewish slaves. So Silvia Cappelletti describes a lot of the history of discovery of these catacombs. They were known, of course, much earlier than 1859. Benjamin of Tudela, one of the most famous Jewish travelers of the 12th century, reports seeing some on the eastern bank of the Tiber, which is probably Monteverde that he saw. And later, early 17th century visitors also confirmed seeing them and described the presence of Jewish symbols, in particular the menorah. The menorah, the 7-branch candelabrum, is one of the most famous Jewish symbols. It goes back really to the ancient period, and it's especially poignant to think of it because the menorah was the symbol of the lost temple, and so therefore the Jews kept that symbol as their, prime signifier of Jewish identity. Most of the graves seem to have been created in the 1st through the 4th century of the Common Era. It may seem strange to think of Jews being buried in these kind of underground crypts, but this is not at all strange in the ancient world. In Israel, in fact, there's significant descriptions of burial practice and exactly how the bones were interred and so on, and particular practices for reinterment. This is actually in keeping with the very ancient pre-Roman practice, the Etruscan practice of underground chamber burial. The Romans themselves actually preferred cremation. Cremation, however, was at odds with the Jewish and then, of course, later the Christian belief in the physical revival of the dead, the resuscitation of the dead that would occur in the Messianic period. And therefore, inhumation, or burial in the soil as we have today, slowly became a much more popular practice. However, for quite a period of time, the practice of burying in crypts was maintained, and that's why we have these catacombs today. Most of these photographs are taken from an amazing website that you really have to visit. It says so much about all of this information. Catacombsociety.org. That is in memory of Estelle Shohat-Bretman, who did a tremendous amount of research. There's a lot of her writings on this website, hundreds and hundreds of photographs, really worthwhile. Okay, let's have some look at what do you see inside these graves. So here's an amazing picture that shows the interior of the the system in the Via Randanini, and you can see that there are these sort of horizontal rack-like graves on the left and the right that are lining the sides of the hallway. That's basically the main system of burial that's portrayed in this crypt, although it's clear that it was used over many centuries. It may even have had some usage by non-Jews, either prior to or post the Jews working in this particular area. It is quite long. We're talking about basically a quarter mile of tunnels that are used for the graves. Here's a map from Jessica Della Russo that shows the various levels, but there are also other forms of burial as well. There's also some burials, for example, in coffins. Some of them were apparently much smaller, indicating a lot of child mortality. Here's actually a lid that came from a Monteverdi. It's also quite possibly of a Jewish child, which indicates some of the hesitations about the depiction of the human form in a three-dimensional image may have been ignored by some of these populations. Some of these were gorgeously decorated. Like, look at this image here with beautiful, looks like a date palm tree. Here you see a painted ceiling with peacocks and all kinds of interesting depictions. Here is the perennial menorah symbol, but in a Latin inscription. The vast majority are in Latin or in Greek, as you see here. But in both of these, you can see the menorah appearing as well. Well, I hope you found that interesting. I really find it fascinating, and I hope that you will be able to join us on the Gems of Northern Italy tour, which is planned for October of 2022. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to be on that trip, God willing, also with my colleague, Rabbi Dr. Edward Reichman, who does some fascinating stuff on Jewish medical ethics. We're actually going to be CME accredited for this, and I think that's really great for all of you physicians who are interested in joining us. So I hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to a new series of lectures which I'd like to call Jewish Heroes and Heroism. And the reason for this series is because I'm preparing for a new set of lectures to go along with another cruise. This time the cruise with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, as always, is going to be on the same river, which I'm especially looking forward to. And because we will be specifically looking at Normandy and focusing on D-Day and events of the First and Second World Wars, this whole series, which I hope to release once a month or so, is going to be on a few select individuals who I think exemplify certain aspects of Jewish heroes and Jewish heroism. Just to look at the cruise itself, this is going to be so fantastic. I love these cruises. We're going to visit the Seine River. We're going to start here in Paris, and then we're going to make our way up to the northwest, following the Seine River, out to Normandy and the region of the Havre. I'm especially looking forward to seeing Rouen, which has been recently featured in some archaeological studies because we've found very old evidence of a medieval Jewish community in Rouen. That's going to be absolutely fascinating. But let's go to our topic at hand. Since we are entering the month of Kislev and we want to talk about heroism, it seems obvious that we should speak about Judah Maccabee. Maccabee, one of the most remarkable heroes and military campaigners of all of Jewish history. And I specifically want to look at one battle in particular, the Battle of Emmaus, which in many ways is characteristic of the kind of military thinking and strategy that Judah brought to the field. So just to place this in context, we are, of course, speaking about the Great Hanukkah Rebellion, which broke out about the year 167 before the Common Era. It's often, especially in primary school, portrayed as a war against the Seleucid Greeks. That is the successor kingdom to Alexander the Great's empire. But it really was a civil war in which Jewish Hellenizers, that is, those Jews living in Israel who really wanted to assimilate to Greek norms, were leading a charge to try and make Jewish culture much more like general Greek culture and get rid of all of those fanaticism and things like that are associated with the old timers. This led to, and the great examples of that are the high priest Menelaus, who was quite a mendacious and dislikable character in many ways, who ended up getting the position of high priest, a highly corrupt position at the time, largely sponsored by the Greek emperor Antiochus Epiphanes IV. They faced a dramatic grassroots rebellion led by Matisyahu and his sons, who were known as the Maccabees. After Matisyahu died, the leadership clearly went to Yehuda Maccabee, who, as we shall see, was an especially talented military thinker. So let's look at this specific battle that is in the context of this civil war with a lot of major support from the Syrian Greeks. So here we are in the year 166 before the Common Era. The battle was at Emmaus, a very important city also in Christian thought as well. And General Lysias comes down here at the behest of the Emperor Antiochus with 40,000 well-armed professional troops, with 7,000 horsemen. And it's an incredibly large force to bring to bear here. It is so overwhelming in nature because it's facing essentially a guerrilla revolt by peasants that slave traders from all around the region began to descend on Israel because they anticipated there would be a lot of people to buy and sell on the slave market. By the way, much of this information comes from the Book of Maccabees, which was not included in the traditional Jewish Tanakh. It's considered one of the Sefer Hitzonim, one of the outside books known as the Apocrypha, that is ironically included in the Christian Bible for reasons which are too complex for us here. But the first book of Maccabees was likely written by someone who actually saw the events firsthand. At any rate, the forces under Judah gathered at Mitzpah, not too far away, about 3,000 volunteer peasant fighters, very poorly equipped. No match at all for this professional army. But the description in the first book of Maccabees is fascinating. When they realized that they were going to be attacked by such a large and professional force, they fasted, they put on sackcloth. They specifically went and looked at the Torah for guidance. What should we be doing? And in fact, they followed the dictates that are laid down in the book of Deuteronomy to the letter, dismissing anyone who wanted to fight if they had been married within the previous year, or if they had just planted a vineyard, or even if they were afraid, they were dismissed. And with this preparation, Judah went into battle, which is one of the reasons why I think he's such a tremendous hero, because of his ideological purity combined with his heroism that would not always stand him in good stead, as we shall see in a moment. At any rate, here's a map of the actual battle of Emmaus. It starts out when one of the local commanders, Gorgias, takes 5,000 troops and 1,000 horses from the larger camp in Emmaus, and he takes them out in a rapid forced march overnight, hoping to attack Yehuda before they can flee to the hills. They fully anticipate that this is going to be just a cleanup operation. They want to take care of it, as efficiently as possible. You can see from the kind of dotted lines that that's the path that the Gorgias and his troops took. When Judah heard about this, they rather than scattering and going to the hills, which is sort of like the go-to move of rebels in this region, or the caves later we would see with the Bar Kokhba rebels. Instead, Judah makes a very bold move and he counterattacks. He actually moves to the south and avoids Gorgias' army, and he actually attacks the main camp at dawn. Incredibly bold, and if I can use the Hebrew term, chutzpah move. The camp is completely surprised by Judah's bold attack, and they are defeated. And the camp is set on fire, and the vast majority of those who survive simply flee. But Judah does not direct his troops to pursue the fleeing base camp. Instead, he orders them to remain and to stay in hiding for Gorgias to return. When Gorgias comes back and he finds that his camp is in flames, that's when Judah surprise attacks again and completely throws them into confusion, and it's a complete victory for the Maccabees. A really dramatic turnaround for a poorly equipped, vastly outnumbered force. And this kind of strategic thinking is something that we will see characteristic of Jewish heroism over the ages. Now, there's a lot more to say about the Hanukkah rebellion. It was not a one-battle war. There were many battles, some of which were definitely reversals for the Maccabees, and I've discussed these in some degree elsewhere. But I think in terms of the Maccabee, one of the things that we should reflect upon is that although he had this laser-like focus on the task ahead, and he was a brilliant commander, he proved unable to adapt to the end of the war, when a lot of the victors, the Jewish victors, thought that, okay, this is the time where we should compromise and we should make peace. He seemed unwilling to do so, and in fact, he continued the war even after the majority of his loyalists had abandoned him, and he ultimately fell with that. But nevertheless, a phenomenal example of Jewish heroism. I hope you found this little video useful, and I would love to see you on this cruise on the Seine, where we're going to speak a lot more about this kind of history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another brief lecture on Jewish heroes and heroism. This lecture is part of a series used as part of my research to prepare for the Kosher Riverboat Tours cruise of the Seine River planned for 2022. So today, since we are in the month of Kislev, I thought I'd look at one of the battles of the Maccabees, which is especially fascinating. It happens to be a battle that the Maccabees lost, but nevertheless, there's a particular moment of incredible courage that left a lasting imprint, especially in art history, but also in the kind of spirit of the Maccabean Revolution. It's the Battle of Bet Zechariah, which you can see here in this map, is not too far away from Jerusalem, which is just up to the northeast a little bit. It's near the town of Alon Shvut and Kfar Etzion. Now, what exactly happened here? If you have a look at the description of the battle, the Maccabees come down from Jerusalem, where they encounter Antiochus' forces commanded by Lysias. Lysias had already learned that the frontal attack is not the best, so he decided to come down south and then advance to Bet Zechariah through Idumea, and there they had a tremendous battle, and the Maccabees actually had to retreat. But what's the specific moment of special heroism? It's associated with Elazar, who is the brother of Yehuda Maccabee. And here, I'm going to read to you from the book of Maccabees itself. Here it is, my favorite edition of the Apocrypha. Now Elazar, called Avaran, it's an interesting discussion why he was called that, saw that one of the animals was equipped with royal armor. What are we talking about? The Syrian Greeks used these ferocious elephants in war. A really amazing, terrifying creatures. What's going on with this particular war elephant? It was taller than all the others, and he, Elazar, supposed that the king was on it. So he gave his life to save his people and to win for himself an everlasting name. He courageously ran into the midst of the phalanx to reach it. He killed men right and left, and they parted before him on both sides. He got under the elephant, stabbed it from beneath, and killed it. But it fell to the ground upon him, and he died. When the Jews saw the royal might and the fierce attack of the forces, they turned away in flight. So this was ultimately a defeat for the Maccabees, a temporary defeat, but nevertheless, Elazar's heroism is one really bright spot in which you can imagine the incredible courage it must have taken to run up to this strange and ferocious-looking beast and to take it down. You know, I think this actually inspired the famous Star Wars scene of taking out those big walking creatures as well. Anyway, let's have a look at this in terms of art history, because what I find especially fascinating about it, this Gustave Doré, I think, is a fairly realistic kind of depiction of the battle. But in the medieval period, most artists, especially in Christian Europe, had never seen an elephant. So it's really interesting to see when they're reading the Apocrypha. You recall that the Apocrypha was actually preserved in Christian Bibles, not in the Jewish tradition. So we have the Greek translation of this book that's still widely read in Christian churches, and they're trying to depict this in illuminated manuscripts. So they don't know what an elephant looks like. They say it's kind of like a big, like horse thing with sort of a long trunk coming out of his nose. So here's an example in which it looks a little bit like a horse with a trumpet, and notice that the scale is way off. Like, they have no idea how big an actual elephant looks. Here's another example where the artist just gave up and said, oh, it's basically a horse, right? A big horse. Here's another example in which it's kind of like a happy dachshund or something like that. Another version in which the proportions look about right, but again, the scale is totally wrong. And I have to say that of all the depictions of Elazar's death, this one is perhaps the most horrible. You can just imagine being squashed in that manner. Here's one in which the elephant gets a little bit closer to reality, but the trunk is totally wrong. And here's one which looks a little bit like kind of a saber-toothed tiger with a trunk. Again, the artists are just flailing about trying to figure out how to depict these elephants. This one is great. Looks kind of like a salamander with these bizarre ears. And here is actually my all-time favorite. This one, I think, inspired Dr. Seuss. So, all joking aside, the heroism of Elazar is absolutely amazing. And he has, in fact, earned a name for himself for this tremendous act of courage back in the era of the Maccabees. Thank you very much for watching.
Figure of suffering and faith, reference to servants are rendered.
Gives you that impression. People think you're a bitch. You're soft. You're beta. You're some cunt. Where are you getting this from? It's not from his dad.
Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish Heroes and Heroism series in connection with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. Today I'd like to speak about a very inspirational young woman named Hannah Senesh. She was born in Budapest, Hungary in 1921 to an assimilated Jewish family. Her father unfortunately passed away when she was only 6 years old, and she was raised by her mother together with her brother Yorki. She was a very bright young woman and did very, very well in school and had a quite passionate attachment to Zionism. So in 1939, with admittedly the political situation in Hungary deteriorating, she moved to Israel. She made Aliyah and she joined the kibbutz there. But that was not enough for her. She wanted to do something for the people of her homeland in Hungary, and so she decided to volunteer to work with the British as a parachutist. She was one of 37 odd individuals out of 250 applicants who were selected to parachute behind enemy lines into Hungary, where they would work with the resistance. Once they landed in Europe, they learned that the Nazis had overthrown the local Hungarian government and that they were implementing a much more rigid regime of anti-Semitism. Most of the men in her group called off the mission, but she insisted on penetrating enemy lines and working with the partisans to try and destabilize the country. Unfortunately, she was caught by the Nazis, she was imprisoned, and she was tortured, beaten horribly, losing several of her teeth. But throughout her entire ordeal, she refused to give up the signals to the radio transmitter that she held, which would have betrayed several other members of the resistance. After a show trial, she was ultimately put to death by the Nazis. One of the things that has come to light since her execution at a tragically young age was the fact she was a very talented poet. I myself have been very moved by her poems and have included them in some of my other lectures. One of the most famous of her poems in Hebrew has become kind of a youth anthem in Israel, and I'd like to read it to you here. I'll read it in English translation, but you can see on the screen the Hebrew original. Blessed is the match consumed in kindling flame. Blessed is the flame that burns in the secret fastness of the heart. Blessed is the heart with strength to stop its beating for honor's sake. Blessed is the match consumed in kindling flame. She composed this poem shortly after landing on European soil, shortly before she would be captured, and shortly before, like the match in her poem, she would be consumed in the heroic flames of her self-sacrifice for her people. We plan to study the lives of many great Jewish heroes in the thousands of years of Jewish history on the Normandy Seine River cruise, which will take place in July of 2022, God willing. this is going to be a special opportunity, since we will be in the region of Normandy, to show special tribute to Jewish service members during World War I and especially World War II, marking D-Day and the Somme. I hope you'll be able to join us. Thank you very much for watching.
That's the issue, because we can make premeditated double murder. You're doing some real shit, which isn't fun. So it also depends on the purpose of how far you stay your feels.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm sure that you are, like me, following the events in Ukraine with great trepidation. It's terrifying to see the impact of this cruel Russian invasion on a civilian population. And I'm specifically concerned for the health and safety of their remarkable president, Volodymyr Zelensky. And I'd like to take this opportunity to speak a little bit about his leadership in the historical context of Jews living in Ukraine. It is my small part to respond to his recent request that Jews around the world raise their voices in protest at what is happening in Ukraine right now. Zelensky's leadership is surprising and inspiring in so many ways. His heroism under these current circumstances, of course, has gripped the attention of the world, but it's also remarkable, especially to many Jews, and especially Jews in America and Israel, because of the prevailing stereotype of Ukrainian anti-Semitism. First of all, I'd like to provide some basic information on President Zelensky's biography. Secondly, I'd like to place his leadership in the broader context of the history of Jews in Ukraine, and to respond to the question of how unlikely is it for a Jew to be the leader of this country. And thirdly, I hope to achieve in my small way to contribute to the chorus of voices that are all praying for the safety of this leader, for his family, and for all the citizens of Ukraine that are suffering under this savage, unprovoked, and pointless attack. So first of all, who is Volodymyr Alexandrovich Zelensky? He is 44 years old, president of Ukraine. Prior to his role as president of that country and really inspiration to the world, he was actually a comedian. He has been declared, however, the #1 target of Putin, the leader of Russia, and he has so far survived several assassination attempts. Now, Gail Beckerman wrote a fantastic piece in The Atlantic recently, and she wrote, what is remarkable, truly mind-blowing in the long sweep of history is that his Jewishness has not stood in the way of his being embraced as a symbol of the nation. Now, we'll agree that Zelensky himself is remarkable and mind-blowing, but in the long sweep of history, I would say it's only remarkable and not necessarily mind-blowing to see a Jew in a leadership position in Ukraine. It has, after all, happened several times before. It had been within the very tight leadership of this country, particularly over the last century, and I'd like to kind of explore some of those details now. Zelensky's parents were in many ways typical for their generation. They were both highly educated, very urbanized, literate. His father was a professor of mathematics. His mother taught engineering. And note that they were specialized in non-ideological fields, meaning although they may have been very cultured and very engaged in other kinds of aspects of life, Soviet Jews, when they studied in university, they tended to gravitate to those fields which would be less vulnerable to critique. For example, you don't have a lot of university-trained Soviet Jewish historians because that tends to be a highly ideological field. Zelensky's parents were typical of a type of Jew that was known as Homo Sovieticus, or Soviet man, Soviet human. The idea was to try and keep your head down as much as possible, to not affiliate openly in any way with any organized Jewish entity, certainly not to attend a synagogue, because that was, during the very repressive era of the Soviet Union, the best way to get yourself on the KGB mailing list and to be exposed to all kinds of persecution, small and large, in the future. So they strove to excel and to raise their families quietly, but to stay away from anything ideological or political and so on. They were Russian speakers. This is also fairly typical of Jews because, as a minority, Jews tend to sort of culturally orient themselves towards the dominant population, and Russians clearly dominated Ukraine for much of the 20th century. Zelensky himself was raised as a Russian speaker, his first language, but he adopted Ukrainian as his second language, like many people of his generation. Actually, one of the things that I've witnessed in my own lifetime and over the course of my own visits to Ukraine, that it was, in the 1980s, clearly dominated by the Russian language, except in the western regions of the country. But now it's overwhelmingly Ukrainian speaking, and the Russians are in the minority. It's remarkable how that changed really since 1991 so rapidly. He also, Zelensky studied English, and he studied very well. He's actually quite fluent in the language. Let us not forget that he was only 13 years old at the time that Ukraine became independent, so he was an adolescent at the time when that cultural shift was happening. His wife is not Jewish, which is very typical for Jews in Ukraine, just like it is in the United States of America, a very high degree of intermarriage between Jews and Ukrainians. He went to school and he studied law, also typical for Jewish kids, although a little bit more ideological, particularly in the independence period. And then he went into comedy. He got involved with a comedy troupe that was called Studia Kvartal 95, or Kvartal 95. And this is also actually a very long Jewish tradition. Let's not forget that for much of Ukrainian history, Jews were much more urban than Ukrainians. They tended to concentrate in villages, in towns, and whenever they were allowed to live in them, in cities as well. And there were certain kinds of activities that Jews gravitated towards. Entertainment is one of them. You have a very long tradition of Jews in the klezmer music tradition. And Zelensky fits very well into that kind of paradigm of Jews in entertainment. We, of course, see that tradition in America as well, with Jews gravitating and in many ways creating Hollywood and the film industry and so on. His comedy troupe recorded a TV sitcom that proved to be extremely popular. It was called Sluga Narodu, or Servant of the People, and it ran from 2015 to 2019. Zelensky played a mild-mannered high school teacher in his 30s, still living at home with his parents, who was caught on a cell phone video in a tremendous rant against corruption in the country. That video was uploaded and became viral, and in the series,
Hey, what's up, sideways? Calm down, woman. Yeah, like, why you wear that hat? I don't know. Sometimes my head gets cold, but it's like my commodities, Rambam, Moshe, and Maimon. I don't know. A lot of times when I sleep, because I could just fall asleep like that. Anyway, my hair gets caught, and then it gets all cray. I don't know. Frankly, but that's what I do. All right, girls, you ready to get a draft update? Yeah, rabbits in the back. Yeah, I have a big dog. So, what are your thoughts on your squad thus far? Frankly, I think it's better than I would have come out thinking it would have been. Like, I did all these mock drafts, and I don't think any of them were this good. Like, I did maybe 35 mock drafts. Plus another 25 real drafts at ESPN. So I did over 50 real. I did dozens of drafts. Yeah, and I think this is the best squad. Why? Why not? Yeah, right from the back. Do you wear that hat like a condom hat? No. No, but maybe, girl. All right, here we go.
One of the four species used on sucrose.
You really want to know why I'm wearing it? Because I'm robbing the world, bitch. That means anybody can wear it. I could be them, baby. Huh? Baby. I'm robbing the world. I'm going from 0 to hero, baby. And yeah, Rabbi. So you're wearing a ski mask? Have you ever skied? No. Why? Complicated answer to that. I don't like to be cold. Shit. Anyway. Yeah, Rabbi's in the back. All right, can you review the draft with us? But first, tell us how you think your squad's doing. Well, first, I don't know if this is sideways or not or whatever. Hopefully, it's working. Yeah, Rabbi's back. Why do you call it sideways when it's just like this? Because I don't know, the camera orientation is like that. I'm not sure. What else? All right, so here's where we're at. Let's just Rabbit's in the back. Yeah. Can you just give us a rundown of everybody? Sure. So we had Jamar Chase 1, Justin Jefferson 2, Saquon Barkley 3, Bijan Robinson 4, Jahmyr Gibbs 5, Derrick Henry 6, CeeDee Lamb 7, Christian McCaffrey 8, Amon-Ra St. Brown 9, Puka Nacua 10, Ashton Gentry 11, Devin Achane 12, Malik Neighbors 13, Lamar Jackson 14, Brock Bowers 15, Jonathan Taylor 16, Nico Collins, college stuff 17, Brian Thomas he's fine, I think. 18, AJ Brown 19, Drake London 20, Josh Allen 21, Jaden Daniels 22, Josh Jacobs 23, Bucky Irving 24, Jalen Hurts 25, Breece Hall 26, James Cook 27, Trey McBride 28, Joe Burrow 29, Mike Evans 30, Kyron Williams 31, Chase Brown 32, Alvin Kamara 33, Ryan McConkey 34, Tyreek Hill 35, Terry McLaurin 46, Patrick Mahomes 27, George Kittle 28, 38, James Conner 39, T. Higgins 40, Baker Mayfield 41, Jason Smith and Jubal 30, whatever, 30, 42. All right. So, for the squad, well, I think I got I took a lot of risks. Ashton Gentry, he's a mystery box. No one knows what we're going to get on him. Lamar Jackson, if he stays healthy, he's the best player in fantasy. Tyreek Hill, he's the fastest player in the NFL, or at least has been consistently. But he's been hurt recently, and he went from the number 2 overall pick, which is what I got last year, to no one knows what we're getting on him this year. His quarterback was hurt. And then George Kittle, who some people think is the best tight end in the league. I would tell you this: if I had a real team, if I were like a real coach, I would just recruit tight ends because they can block, they're big. That you don't really need wide receivers to be all that fast. They just need to be able to catch the ball and then fall down. Oh my god! And they can block, and you can literally just line them up on the offensive line and they're huge dudes. All right. So, what are your thoughts on? I don't know. Has anybody taken a quarterback and a tight end on a team this far? Yeah, one person. Bitcoin forever. I gotta take a shit. When's the next pick? It's not gonna be for a while. I slept and they were waiting 3 hours for my Tyreek Hill pick. And Tyreek Hill, I think I got him as a steal. So let's see here. He was a number 18 wide receiver last year. He hasn't practiced all fucking summer. They better not come out and be like, oh, yeah, he's done. Dude, you know why I fucking picked him? He's super fast. But really, this motherfucker was in handcuffs before the kickoff of opening season, opening game, hours beforehand, and he tweeted out at Cheetah. That's another thing. I think the site that he has at Cheetah, he bought it from somebody because he's that fast. He tweeted out to all my fantasy peoples, I'm good. I was like, yeah, dude, because I picked you number 2. All right. So who we take in the next round? Well, here's the strategy, guys. We're just doing the best wide receivers and running backs we can get. And there are some people who are like if there's a guy, let's say guy number 1, I don't really know how to pronounce his name, or I don't really know who he is. And guy number 2, and I do know how to pronounce his name, but maybe he's not as good as guy number 1, but it's pretty close. I'll pick guy number 2 just so I can remember their name, if it's gonna be close. This team could have been a boring fucking team. Classical gas. I'll give you some classical gas, girl. I love when they're like. Anyway. What are your? This team is maybe one of the best teams drafted thus far. Let's see if we have any competition. All right, so the first guy that was Fiat, he got Jamar Chase, Bucky Irving, Jennings. That's it. But I don't know who's got it before. The next person, Speed, Justin Jefferson, Josh Jacobs, Priest. That's good. Schiller, Saquon Barkley, Jaden Daniels, James Cook. That's good. Bitcoin, Bijan Robinson, Josh Allen, Trey Green. That's a good team. That might be the best team we've done. Next is Mike D. Sproto, Jahmyr Gibbs, Drake Allen, Jake London, Joe Burrow. It's okay. Next, VMU, Derrick Henry, AJ Brown, Mike Evans. That's good. Next is Halloween, CeeDee Lamb, Brian Thomas, Kieran Williams, Jason Smith, and Nico. That's a good team, but that's a lot of receivers. Next, Christian McCaffrey, Nico Collins, Chase Brown, Baker Mayfield. Getting weaker. Next, Yo-Yo, that was Sproto. Yo-Yo had Amon St. Brown, Jonathan Taylor, Alvin Kamara, T. Higgins. That's a good team. Now, I could have had T. Higgins, but he's the number 2 receiver on his team, and I like calling that that's where number 1. Next is Red Cloud, Puka Brock Bowers, Vlad McConkey, and James Conner. He doesn't have a quarterback yet, which is fine. You don't necessarily need one. I'm pretty diverse. Ashton Gentry, Lamar Jackson, Terry Kill, George Kittle. Kittle. Ashton Gentry is a mystery box. But I just have a feeling that he's going to be like this rookie sensation and just blow everybody out. Like, he will quickly be the best running back in history. I think if he gets less than 121,253 touchdowns this year, he'll be a bust. Lamar Jackson, he was number 1 last year over anybody. And I look on Reddit and websites like, who should you pick? Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. It's basically Lamar Jackson got screwed out of the MVP last year. So I feel he's got that fire and he'll get it this year. And Josh Allen, I think there's a less risk to get hurt, and just has less weapons. Baltimore added weapons. They're gonna be really tough this year. Right, Tyreek Hill always has he has 1,000 red flags. But that's okay. I have 1,000 red flags, baby. Oh, I was thinking about this with the muse from Chabad of Sherman Oaks. I think Rovetsu will like this phrase. Shoot or shoot, baby. That's what I do. Anyway, what is it? There's a phrase from The Office. Engaged ain't married. And she wasn't engaged. Really? And the thing is with that chick, I asked all the guys who I knew, like, hey, this girl, I asked them, do you like this girl? They're all like, they like the other chicks. So I was like, okay. Green light. Really? Yeah. Do you think Rabbi Lipsker is mad at you? No. Shoot or shoot, baby. I'm glad we handled it the way that we did because I would not have been able to doubt him with any kavana that day. It was a shafrit morning, beginning of the week, and there was a shafrit. It was a morning prayer, and I just remember being. I was like, where was I? I was driving into the Chabad through their little passcode system. He just was like, slow down, calm down. Really? Yeah, because I was like, this girl is smoking. Really? She's fucking earmuffs, dog. This. Does you look like Princess Leia? Anyway, better looking. Dude, this girl motivated me to call people and be like, I have closure. And she allowed me to get as much closure as I can get. Really? Over what? Just, I needed to see a face like that. Anyway. And earmuffs. 75-degree weather. Is it really that hot? All right. Is that the end of your story? No, I've tons of stories from that joke. All right. Do you like Chabad of Sherman Oaks? Yeah, I love the people there. They were my first Chabad family. Really? Shit shouldn't go down. Anyway. I love Chabad of Sherman Oaks. Love the people there. It was the first Chabad within Sherman Oaks where I had been part of the community, and I still think of those rabbis as the Beatles, and they inspired me. And I look forward to reuniting with them someday. I saw Rabbi Lips years later
That's
at
the
a
box on
funeral,
roof of that favorite.
and he recognized me as in my a big beard, bigger than this one, my black hat, seat, and just looked as from as you could look. And I sat in the corner. It was at
Temple priestly garment. Also behind all equals misuse of sacred property. Different Hebrew for source. Slang.
I can't think of the first name. I can think of his wife's name. It's been years though. Silverman's last name.
Sometimes used slanderly for mystical times.
His funeral, the Silverman funeral,
Hebrew for work.
and
The 39
I had to take off work
categories on
and
Shabbos.
drive from Orange County to Glendale to Mount Sinai or Forest Lawn. No, it was Mount Sinai, which is in Forest Lawn, adjacent or some shit like that. Anyway, and I was there, and another rabbi and Rebbitzin were really happy that I came because they knew the sacrifice that I had to make to get there. And wouldn't you know it, fucker from Chabad of Sherman Oaks walks in. And I'm like, no fucking way, Lipsker's here. And he had to look back and be like, no fucking way are you here. Really? Alright, are you done with your fucking earmuff stories and shit? You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Represents the eternal spiritual battle against boldness, apathy. Buildings God Mikidah Hebrew for word of God Mikidah. Eschatological word for Moshiach. Buildings Hashem Hebrew for wars of God. Slang. Sometimes applied to heated foreign debates. Buildings Mitzvah Hebrew for obligatory war. Halachic category e.g. defense of Israel. Buildings wishes Hebrew for optional war. Biblical category for
Yeah, it's still slow.
It's
good. When I'm doing these, it's hard for me to think sometimes. But yeah, Phil Silverman. I really like Phil. He's very nice. He had a really beautiful life. He was an electrical engineer, UCLA. And there's another, what was his wife's name? Selma. She had the most interesting accent. I think she was from like, it wasn't British, it was like the West Indies, something like that. And I went to the funeral, I went to the memorial service that we had at Rabbi and Woods. I almost spoke at his memorial service, but I.
Those opposed to chastity is magnificent girl of this age. Slang. Sometimes still used for lip fishers. Employing mundane Hebrew for campaigns. Refers to the outreach mitzvah campaigns launched by the Lutheran Rabbi. Tefillin, mezuzah, Torah study, Shabbos candles. Backloads Hebrew for dispute. Refers to halachic or Torah debates. Slang. Arguments in yeshiva. Factor Hebrew for cycle. Prayer book used for the high holidays or festivals. medieval electric prayer commentary by Rashi S. Student Simcha of Mikri.
That hat.
Mandarin Hebrew Court Wide. In Shabbat context. Counselor or leader, S. In Ken. Manrichin feminine form of Mandarin. Maggid Hebrew for preacher, storyteller. In Shabbat. Teacher of Chassidus. Also title of the Messenger Maggid. Maggid She Hebrew for lesson giver. The main lecturer in a yeshiva. Mashkin Hebrew for supervisor. Either a kosher fire or yeshiva spiritual guide. Mashkia Shabbat term for spiritual mentor who guides in Chassidus and Demoda. Mashkia Rachani Hebrew for spiritual guide. Formal title in Shabbat Yeshivas. The source Mesor in Hebrew for position. Central idea in Militia and Jewish continuity. Madness Henry in Hebrew for priestly gifts.
Oh, that didn't record?
Obligatory gifts given to Kohani. Mata Hebrew for English grant. Central to Hesed observance. In Shabbat, emphasis on Fen-Beit Sh for Mata. Mata Hebrew Yiddish for situation. Slang. What as the Mata equals what as going on. Mata Ruach Hebrew for atmosphere, spirit. Used for movement of Parrenim. Beit-Halik Hebrew for approach, method. In yeshiva. That as his Beit-Halik in learning. Meter Hebrew for beautiful, enhance. Refers to mitzvahs performing in the best way. Medial Hebrew for robe. Priest as garment in the temple. Also linked to the Imam misuse of holy property. Mikr Hebrew for source. Slang. What as the Mikr for that militia. Technical Hebrew for fidelis. Militia Hebrew for work. The 39 categories prohibited on Shabbos. Inafim Mendel Common Shabbat Day, after text of Tzedek Mendel literature Reba. Often shortened to Mendel. Mendel Common nickname in Shabbat Yeshiva will for Menachem Mendel. Leseder Kiddushin Hebrew for one who arranges the wedding. The officiating rabbi at the Chuppah. Meshish's slang for Shabbotics emphasizing public pronouncements of the Reba as Moshiach.
Yeah, Rabbi's in the back. Yeah, let's get down to brass tacks, big dog. How are your bots doing? That's an excellent question. Well, okay. You know, Jerusalem wasn't built in a day. And I don't know. I used to get more people who are talking to me in the chat, and that kind of is a way that I can judge how successful they are. But the one on which most people were, on which they were talking to me, isn't connected for some reason. Which it shouldn't be. In the future, I should be able to just take the links from different accounts and then just put them in one unified chat. That's not that hard to do, but these people are so stupid who engineer this stuff, and it's like you have to do it for every new fucking video. It's like, dog, that's too much work. Just one time I'm fine with, but every single time a new one, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And, you know, the Instagram app, I have like years of my life archived on it. But now that you need at least 1,000 followers, that's just I was reading why they were doing that. And they were like, source resources and things like that. It's like, dog, Zuckerberg, you guys are in the data industry. You should want people to do as much shit on your app as possible. And I get it. You guys are like, well, what if somebody does something that we don't like? Let's say somebody fucking, I don't know, beheads a unicorn on the fucking app. Okay, well then you ban their account if that's what you want to do. And they're like, well, okay. But then they'll just go and create another account. It's like, yeah, you've got enough things in there to stop them. Very consistent. And, you know, like all you have to do is just device fingerprint them and do whatever Reddit does, frankly. Reddit does it better than any app that I've ever seen. I remember years ago reading about how Reddit was changing. This is before they sold to Connie Nast and all that stuff, and it was like, it's, you're no longer gonna be able to, like, once they ban you, just create a new account. And I remember being like, yeah, I doubt that, and it is. I mean, you can, but nothing's gonna happen. Doug, I think, dude, Florida had this law, and their stupid ass governor vetoed it or something. It was called like an anti shadow banning law or something. Like, I feel that people should be honest with each other in business and in life and stuff. And when you are using a platform, like, for instance, Facebook or something, and you reply to someone, if that reply isn't going to be shown to the person, aka it's like shadow ban, that should be an illegal practice. But they don't allow it to be an illegal practice. And people type entire sentences to each other, and they're like, oh, I didn't get that, or went to spam or something like that. I feel that that's an illegal practice. And it's like, well, then how are you going to stop bots? And I would say this. If you want to use these platforms, then you have to upload your ID. But then they can't just ban your account as easily as they want. In fact, these companies are so big now that they are basically like utilities. They're like digital utilities. Like, you have a right to use it. Once a company becomes a monopoly, like Facebook or Amazon or whatever, you have a right to use them, I feel. And it's like, but they're a private company. Okay, yeah, that's fine, but they're taking tax breaks and they're basically not paying any taxes. And so if they want to lose all of those incentives, then they should be able to say who they want on it or not. But if they take tax incentives and basically operate within the country, you have a right, I feel, to be able to use that, and the First Amendment should be protected under it. If they want to go and not operate in your country, then that's fine too. But I feel like, let's say Facebook were launched in the year 1800, you would be able to say whatever you want on it. There wouldn't be any libel on it. It would be because, I mean, like, Congress shall make no laws. It would be like, this is why we had this country formed, was to have these rights. And not only that, if you really know how the rights work, at least in the Constitution, the government does not give you the rights. You are endowed by your creator. Whatever the fuck created us gave us the right to free speech and the right to assemble and the right to religion and the right to bear arms and all of that. Like, and if you don't like that, then find another country. And if, like, that's what I don't like. Like, to me, like, I'm not someone who owns guns or whatever, like, or whatever, but like, even doing like background checks on people for guns, that is an infringement on the Second Amendment. Do I think that you should have to do that? That's not my determination to make. But then what should be done is there should be another amendment that comes in that says that you can do that. But even still, that goes against the Bill of Rights because the first 10 were endowed by our Creator. So then it just means that it has to be a new country. That's just how it should be. Like, if you want laws to work the way consistently, and whether you want guns or you don't want guns, I don't have a dog in that fight. But what I'm saying is, there's this contradiction that happens where it's like Congress cannot make laws against any of these things, and then you have the Brady Bill. It's like, well, isn't that Congress making laws against handguns or something? Yeah, it is. And like, well, the fucking Supreme Court said, but yada yada yada. It's like, it's very clear what it says. Is that bear arms, like a polar bear arms? Maybe it is. I don't know. That's what it says. It doesn't say guns. Maybe somebody interprets it as bear arms. I don't know. All I know is that the First Amendment is endowed by our Creator, at least according to the Bill of Rights. Bill of Rights, and you can't take those away from someone. Now, if you want to start another country, then that's a different deal. So, all right, yeah, I don't know what the fuck we're talking about, but so how would you make it work? You're like, well, I feel that you should be able to say whatever you want and write whatever you want to anyone at any time, anywhere. You should be able to say, I'm going to blow up the world, or I don't like unicorns, or I will kill you if you hurt me. You should be able to say all that shit. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. That's like a fucking thing. Now, when it comes to hitting people and that kind of stuff, that's different. But words, you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want. That's protected speech. What about yelling fire in a crowded theater? Dog, you should be able to yell fire in a crowded theater if there's a fire. And the thing is, well, what if somebody does it and there's no fire? Okay, then people will clear out. But then in the future, everybody's going to know that that asshole is the guy who yells fire. And they'll get a reputation. And the society will make its determinations, but that is not for the law. Because it's a slippery slope between being able to say whatever you want, and then not being able to say fire in a crowded building, and then not being able to say help when you need it. And I don't like that. All right, that's our constitutional lesson. No, okay, so it goes back to these platforms. These platforms have become... What the fuck? It just crashed?
Is Hebrew for eternity, often used about Torah and mitzvahs. Imolke Hebrew for foul speech, organ intelligent. Noga Hebrew for blow. In Kabbalah, Eliphaz Noga is unusual spiritual shell that can be uplifted. Nogia Vidavar can refer interested parties. Somewhat biased in halachic judgment. Gnostic Hebrew for practices. Used when describing customs as Gnostic like the Minag Shabbat. Gnostic Hebrew for before, in front of. Used in prayer. In Dipashin Operative. Halad Hebrew for Lord. Intelligent refers to something newly created, e.g. a lay on Shabbos. Notion Yiddish for women. Often in Yeshiva Slang. The notion section. Note your chest Hebrew for preserver of kindness. Part of the 13 attributes of mercy. Loy Sukkah Hebrew for decoration of the Sukkah. Unifying Kapinska. Nasib Hebrew for virgin, liturgical rite. Shabbat uses Nasib Hari, as arranged by the altar Reba. Nasib Hari Shabbat liturgy based on teachings of the article, codified by the altar Reba. Sid Ashkenaz prayer rite of most Ashkenazi Jews. Sid Sephot prayer rite influenced by Kabbalah, used by many Chassidim. Kabul Hebrew for text. In Shabbat, the Hakol means Pharisee place of the Luminature Reba in Queens, New York, central site of pilgrimage and prayer. Hakol Torah Hebrew for end of Torah. Refers to a yeshiva, or these midrash. Or Hebrew for line. In Kabbalah, justice refers to divine emanation or Ein Sof equals infinite life. Or Ein Sof Hebrew for infinite life. A central Kabbalistic concept of Hashem as infinite revelation. Or Hachem light of life. Refers to the commentary on the Torah by Rabbi Chaim Ben Hatter. Or Hatter a Shabbat set off Purim by the Tzedek Tzedek. Or Bibi Hebrew for inner life. In Chassidus, the divine energy that permeates and is internalized. Or Makim Hebrew for surrounding life. Refers to divine influence that transcends and surrounds creation. Coined in craft Yiddish slang for in a fancy way. Sometimes used as part legends. The Yiddish for letter or out finish. Slang. Part is we equals he has done for. Which also Yiddish slang for someone who left separate Shabbat lifestyle. Typical in Yiddish slang for held back or restrained. The name Yiddish slang for cried out. Though his part Yiddish for outcast. Used negatively in slang. But his verb in Yiddish slang of throw out, reject. Though his Judith sage team Yiddish for blessed out. Said when someone seems lucky. Though his rare Yiddish hopefully learned, well educated. Sometimes ironic. Though his Judith Yiddish for all dressed up. The long Hebrew for world. In Kabbalah, refers to levels of reality along Pasadena, along Yetzirah, etc. The long Haba Hebrew for world to come. Refers to ultimate spiritual reward after resurrection. The long days of Hebrew for this world. Physical existence contrasted with the long Haba. The Logos Hebrew plural for worlds. Refers to multiple spiritual planes in Kabbalah. The long line saw Hebrew for infinite world. Mystical concept of the unlimited divine realm. The long paddle Hebrew for world of chaos. In Chassidus, a primordial state of divine life before rectification. The long haunting endeavor for world of rectification. The balanced state where divine light is harmonized. Hanam Hebrew for time, period. In Militia, refers to conjugal obligations between husband and wife. One egg Hebrew for delight, pleasure. Central in Chassidus one egg Shabbos equals delight of Shabbos. One egg Shabbos Hebrew for Sabbath delight. And join in the food, song, and rest on Shabbos. Onkelos name of famous verse author Targum Onkelos, the authoritative Aramaic translation of the Torah. Onkelos Hebrew for force, first. Influenza refers to someone exempt due to circumstances beyond control. Orla Hebrew for forested. Influenza refers both to circumcision and to the prohibition of eating fruit from unclean as first 3 years. Or for you a soul light. Title of an early Halachic word. Orthos Kizadik and cuts off the righteous. Classic Jewish Musar text. Quran Hebrew for hard. Refers to the Ark of the Covenant for Aaron Kodesh Torah Bar. Moshe Shalom Hebrew for he who makes peace. Closing line of Kaddish Nekodah. Asios Hebrew for letters. Refers to the building blocks of speech, Torah, and creation. Kamar Hebrew for treasury, storehouse. Influenza can refer to communal produce collection Kamar Beesdits. Kamar Hasidim treasury of Chalcedon. Archive and publishing art of Shabbat. Of Hebrew for serving. In Chassidus, describe as a Jew who serves passion with effort. A passion Hebrew for one who serves God. Level Hebrew for murder. Someone within the Halachic mourning period. Abdai Elul is Hebrew for idol worshippers. Abdai Fashion Hebrew for servants of God. Abdai Kachabin as on those Hebrew for worshippers of stars and constellations. Certain Halachic texts for idolaters. But you give all Yiddish slang explanation like woe is me. No Yiddish explanation. Expresses surprise, grief, or frustration. No give all Yiddish for oh my gosh woe. Strong expression than just woe. No Yiddish for oh woe. Common Jewish slang for frustration or difficulty. Moed is near Yiddish for woe is me. Expresses being overwhelmed. Moed Yiddish for upon. Used in many phrases e.g.
Is that the code? Are you the Discord guy? Okay, I'm the Discord guy.
I'm just testing this to see if it's really gonna be like this. I'm just
Check, check.
says it could pose risks to its business by potentially hurting international sales or eliminating its ability to secure future government grants. A former Mexican cartel kingpin was pleading guilty to drug trafficking charges. The man known as El Mayo, led the Sinaloa cartel with El Chapo. During his hearing yesterday in New York, he apologized for flooding the U.S. authority with a list of drugs and responsibility for his actions. El Mayo, 76,
Oh.
This is the only song in the original. And the other songs are that's a song. That's different. It's funny putting one on your way back home every Tuesday morning for you. It's just really good. It's usually about 11:30. YouTube's in a state now. What's going on with that? YouTube TV says it's a top time. It's Fox channels, but it's a fiction. Fox News, Fox News, Fox Business. YouTube ads.
He's servant to the people. He ends up becoming elected to be the president of Ukraine. It's a hilarious sitcom. And then the great irony of it, one of those cases where art imitates life, imitates art. Some Kvartal 95 employees decided to start a real political party with Zelensky at its head in 2018, and they ran on the platform of the fictional character Vasil Petrovich Holoborodko, who was elected in service to the people to be president, and Zelensky himself was then elected in a remarkable landslide to be the actual president of Ukraine. In the April 2019 election, he won 73% of the vote, which is just amazing. Now, it's not overwhelmingly amazing because here in this country, of course, we have Ronald Reagan, who was an actor who ended up becoming, one of the most memorable presidents of the 20th century. But Zelensky in Ukraine, that's his story. He made brilliant use of Instagram and social media to communicate his platform to ordinary Ukrainians. But those are skills that really served him well in the current crisis as well. Now, we see, though, that Zelensky himself is not just a TV character. I mean, it was hard for a lot of people, myself included, to take it really seriously that he was elected to this position, but he has really come into his own. And besides the obvious heroism that we're seeing in the current conflict, the Times of Israel published a really interesting interview with David Horowitz in which they write about the time when his own prime minister spoke poorly about Zelensky behind his back, what would be called in traditional Jewish thought lashon hara, and a recording of that was leaked, and then the prime minister, embarrassed, submitted his resignation. But Zelensky denied the resignation letter, saying that essentially, if he were to leave the government at this time, it would be very destabilizing, it would have a negative impact on the Ukrainian people. So this is a phenomenal demonstration of character, that he was willing to forego his own personal humiliation because it was really for the betterment of the nation. He truly was a servant of the people in that particular episode. Now let's try and understand a little bit more about how is it possible that Ukrainians could specifically elect a Jewish man to be the head of their government. Now, let us recall that, why are we even asking this question? Primarily because here in the West, there is a deep-seated stereotype of Ukrainian anti-Semitism. I think it's especially true of children of Holocaust survivors who grew up in the diaspora, for two reasons. First of all, because there was a certain degree of Ukrainian collaboration with the Nazis. That is, of course, Putin's go-to line, which is absolutely absurd and offensive, that Ukraine needs to be denazified. That's ridiculous. But there is definitely a history of this that I've explored in other videos of a little more sophistication at length. The second reason for this, for the stereotype, is because Jews in the diaspora have been separated geographically from the normal day-to-day of Jewish Ukrainian life. I mean, look at it this way. Jews have lived in Ukraine. There has been documented Jewish life in Ukraine for well over 1,000 years. If you were to add up the years in which there was sustained violence from Ukrainians directed against Jews, and there were, of course, such moments of possible pogrom in 1113, the pogroms of 1648-49 under Khmelnytsky, the 1768 Haidamach uprising, of course, the pogroms of the early 20th century and the Revolutionary era, and then the Holocaust, which had Ukrainian collaboration to some degree with the Nazis. If you added up all of those years, however, you would only get to about 4% of the entire scope of Ukrainian Jewish coexistence. And over the much longer period of time, like 96% of those years, Jews and Ukrainians are doing business together. They are exchanging recipes. A lot of Eastern European cooking is essentially Ukrainian cooking. We're exchanging, linguistic terminology. Ukrainian Yiddish is heavily influenced by Ukrainian. Give you even in the most intimate of terms, like for example, in Yiddish, we don't call our fathers, Abba, which is the Aramaic and Hebrew word, or Av is actually the Hebrew word, but Abba is more common. We don't call them Vater, because that's like a German term, even though Yiddish is essentially German. We call them Tato or Tati, which is based on the Ukrainian Tato. And we can go on with so many words which are like kitchen vocabulary, home-based words that are really Ukrainian. Yiddish doesn't absorb those words unless Jews and Ukrainians are spending time as children in each other's kitchens, unless there is a significant amount, particularly through women, of cultural cross-fertilization. So, thinking about it in those terms, it makes more sense for us now to just stop talking about Ukrainian anti-Semitism, please. There is a place for that, but it's not here and it's not now. Let me just conclude this small mini rant with this particular Pew Research Center chart, which was conducted in, I believe, 2019, looking at the rate of anti-Semitism in various Eastern European countries. And in this remarkable study by a very reputable organization, it appears that Ukrainians are far more likely to welcome Jewish neighbors. And what does this chart actually say? When asked, would you accept Jews as fellow citizens, only 5% of Ukrainians said no. That is the smallest number of any of these states. Russia, 14%, Lithuania 23%, Romania 22%. I mean, those are serious issues. Poland 18%. But I wonder if the United States would even come close to that 5% number. That's pretty remarkable. The election of Volodymyr Zelensky was not a one-off phenomenon. This is something that is really demonstrative of Ukrainian society as a whole, and I hope to demonstrate in the next few minutes why that might be so. One thing that's very important to understand about Ukraine as a nation is that it's been bifurcated for much of its history. Not exactly down the middle geographically, but culturally very much so. The western parts of Ukraine, concentrate in the region known as Galicia or Halichina, has always been very much oriented towards Europe, whereas the center east of the country has been more oriented towards Russia. And throughout its long history, Ukraine has kind of vacillated between, do they balance more heavily towards European models of thinking, or do they balance themselves more towards Russian ways of thinking? There is a clear distinction in so many ways. This kind of balance between East and Western ways of thinking really begins to find pragmatic expression in the late 19th, especially the 20th centuries, when you have an era of national awakening that affects much of the region, and Ukrainians themselves have to sort of say, okay, well, what are we? What do we believe? Who are we like? We see this in particular in the revolutionary era, that is after the fall of the Russian Empire in 1917. As Ukrainians attempted to articulate an actual political organization, they found it was essential for them to forge relationships and alliances with the Jewish minority. The Jews had a lot of advantages that Ukrainians did not have at the time. Jews were overwhelmingly urban and literate and numerate, were a lot more conversant with the types of work that was necessary to actually create an administrative apparatus, skills that were not necessarily well developed in the far more agrarian, rural population of Ukrainians. And so the smaller number of Ukrainians who were urbanized and educated, literate, and so on, they formed these alliances in an organization called the Centralna Rada, the Central Soviet would be one way to translate, or the Central Council, which was distinct from the Soviet councils to the north in Russia. In fact, Russia would invade Ukraine in 1918, and that would begin a civil war between Russians and Ukrainians, a civil war because they were originally both part of the Russian Empire, that would ultimately result in much of Ukraine, although not the western part, being conquered by the Russians. But during this brief period of collaboration, which was actually the subject of my PhD dissertation, the Ukrainians and Jews established a remarkable level of cooperation that was kind of Zelenskyan in its scope. They had a Ministry of Jewish Affairs, they had money printed in Yiddish, they had correspondence in Yiddish. It was really a remarkable kind of thing. It ended in disaster because ultimately the Ukrainian state, the independent state, was unable to hold back the waves of popular violence that surged across the country. The Soviet invasion, the remnants of various anti-Soviet forces active in Ukrainian territory, and ultimately it simply could not sustain itself. But there was a flash of the possibility for a very brief period of time that we would see later flourishing in the beginning of the 21st century. It was during that time that you really saw expressed, if only for a few months, the orientation towards the West, towards Europe, and its values of modernism, tolerance, multiculturalism, democracy, transparency, and so on. Now, if we focus in on the Soviet period during the 1920s, we see a lot of these things happening, albeit in a fairly restricted form, during the 1920s. This is the era known as Korenizatsiya, a period which was, it's hard to translate that term, it's kind of like indigenization, meaning allowing local cultures to express themselves. This is before Stalin really was able to cement his own power, and so as a result, you see an effervescence of Yiddish, of Ukrainian. You see a lot of new cultural possibilities that begin to, express themselves in all kinds of artistic and cultural venues. It comes to a crashing halt as well in the 1930s when Stalin takes over. This is the era of the Holodomor, the incredibly tragic famine that was artificially engineered by the Soviets that affected so many Ukrainians, millions of Ukrainians. Stalin's ideology called for the repression of all kinds of national expression, and we see this carried through after World War II by Khrushchev and Brezhnev, really up until the final years of the Soviet Empire. Now, if we move to the Nazi period, this is obviously, in terms of Jewish-Ukrainian relations, the darkest period of their interaction. So what exactly happened during this time? Well, again, I would refer you to other videos on my channel where I discuss this. It requires a lot more elucidation to understand properly. But basically, the Nazis were able to capitalize through very effective propaganda a widespread anti-Semitic sentiment that was especially present in the area that Professor Snyder calls the Bloodlands. That is, those regions that were temporarily controlled by the Soviets between 1939 and 1941. The Nazis were able to really capitalize on the local anti-communist sentiment by specifically playing up the idea of the Judo-Kommuna, the Jewish communist conspiracy, which was also a farce. The idea that communism was dominated by Jews, which was certainly not true, especially after Stalin purged so many Jews from the party. The Nazis were able to direct a lot of the anger with communism against the local Jewish population. The Nazis enlisted the help of local populations, not just Ukrainians, but also Poles, Lithuanians, and Latvians, really the entire area of the Bloodlands, to react against the Soviets by attacking the local Jewish population, however unfair that was. And it was during this time that the so-called Holocaust of Bullets took place, when the Nazis used primarily firing squads to destroy the little Jewish Stettlach that dotted the population. Perhaps as many as 2.5 million Jews were killed in these, the most notorious of which occurred in Babyn Yar, in the middle of Kiev, where 33,000 Jews were killed in the space of a few days. The Nazis would go on to use Babyn Yar for many months afterwards and killed upwards of 100,000 people, at this point including lots of non-Jewish Ukrainians. But during this time, where you have a minority of the population who are Hilfswillige, you also have a minority of the population who are later recognized by Yad Vashem as righteous Gentiles, who are also cognizant of the local ties that they had with their Jewish neighbors and protected them from the Nazis. So there's a lot more to say about this. It's a very complex situation. Perhaps I'll just say one last thing. One of the heroes of this period is a remarkable clergyman named Metropolitan Andrei Sheptitsky, who was the leader of the Ukrainian Catholic Church in the West. He was actually very friendly with Jewish populations before the war. He actually mastered Hebrew. One of my first scholarly articles was a translation of some of his Hebrew language correspondence written in his own hand. And during the war, he directed his network of monasteries and convents to save some 200 Jewish children. He was definitely very pro-Jewish. Yet at the same time, he conferred a blessing on the Waffen-SS division that was made up of Ukrainians called the Galicia division. People have said, how is that possible that he could convey a blessing on an SS division? So we should understand that the Ukrainians who joined that division were largely thinking of themselves as the first Ukrainian division, that they were going to use the Nazi support in order to fight against the Soviets. That was the overwhelming mentality. So there's a lot more to say than I can in this short video, but it's complicated. It's not at all straightforward. Someone with undeniable moral fortitude. Sheptitsky also, by the way, complained to the Pope himself, saying, why are you silent? Why? Saying we need more support for the Jews. We need, to have a stronger voice that condemns this violence. But even he could see value in Ukrainians joining the Nazis to fight against the Soviets. So it's complicated. After the war, and this is the period that's especially relevant for Zelensky's parents, there's tremendous repression of both Ukrainians and Jews who are striving to express their national identities. It was like incredibly dangerous to study anything Jewish, to promote Ukrainian ideas, and to talk about certain Ukrainian historical figures or even historical periods. And this is the era when there was tremendous amount of dissidents who were arrested and sent off to the Gulag, sent off to prison camps in Siberia. It is ironically at this time when a new kind of Ukrainian Jewish rapprochement is forged specifically by that generation of dissidents. People like Anatoly Sharansky, the so-called Shestisyatniki, the 60s generation was extremely important. And when this began to thaw, particularly under Gorbachev, then there was a tremendous upswelling of support for national expression by both Jews and Ukrainians, and mutual expressions for each other's support. This is happening not just in Ukraine, but also in Poland and in Belarus to a certain degree, especially in the Baltic states. And a lot of these regions, the former bloodlands, are beginning to communicate with each other and to leapfrog over each other to make more and more demands for what Gorbachev would call glasnost, or openness, and even perestroika, reconstruction of the Soviet Union. Ultimately, the Soviet Union is unable to withstand the growth of this nationalist feeling, and in 1989, it goes into a period of collapse. 1991, Ukraine becomes independent along with the Baltic states and so on. And that's when Jewish life really flourishes. This is when Zelensky himself is just a teenager. There's tremendous development in, for example, Dnipropetrovsk, which has this remarkable center, which claims to be, it could be, the largest Jewish complex anywhere in the world, the Menorah Cultural and Business Center. You can see here it has some remarkable architecture that's designed to evoke a 7-branched candelabrum called a menorah, which is associated with the ancient temple in Jerusalem. I've been there. It's a remarkable place. The community there in Dnipropetrovsk, sometimes abbreviated to Dnipro, because originally it was named Yekaterinoslav, but they said that's too hard to pronounce, so they switched it to Dnipropetrovsk, and I think Dnipro is even a little bit easier. But a tremendous effervescence of the Jewish population there, and Zelensky is coming of age in an era when there's so many possibilities for Jews. At any rate, let us return to the present moment. You know, I'm uncomfortable speaking about contemporary events because I studied in the Department of History. The Department of Prophecy was down the hall, and they seemed a lot smarter than I was. But I do want to take this moment to once again express my concern for Volodymyr Zelensky, an incredibly heroic figure who is determined to remain with his people in Kyiv. He is really, like his namesake, a servant of the people. And I'd like to conclude with a sentiment that, you'll hear the expression right now. People say, Slava Ukraini, like glory to Ukraine. And then the response is Heroyam Slava, glory to the heroes. This itself is a beautiful phrase, but it has a bit of a complex history. It predates the Holocaust. It goes back to the great poet of Ukraine, Taras Shevchenko, and it was used during the revolutionary period at the beginning of the 20th century, but it was also really capitalized by some of the much more pro-Nazi groups during World War II. So it's a complex kind of phrase, and hard for me to really say it with full enthusiasm. But what I can say is it's remarkable to see, as a Twitter colleague of mine posted online recently, this T-shirt worn by a man in a cafe in Lviv, which is also pronounced Lviv in Western Ukraine. It says "Kavod to Ukraina," glory to Ukraine in Yiddish. And to that I can clearly say, "Kavod to Giborim," glory to the heroes. Thank you very much for watching. Let us hope that the Russian advance is halted and that a ceasefire is declared and that the people of Ukraine should be safe, along with their remarkable leader, Volodymyr Zelensky. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really enjoying my research and preparation for the Kosher Riverboat Cruise on the Seine this year, where there are going to be three main attractions. First of all, there's the natural beauty of the Seine River and the countryside of that part of France. Also, the 1,000 years of Jewish history that goes way back in that region. And finally, of course, special emphasis on the history of Jews in the armed forces of several countries. We're going to emphasize in particular World War I and II. And today, I'd like to speak to you a little bit about Jews involved in D-Day. But let's start by having a quick look at the route that we're going to be following. Here's where we'll be beginning at Paris, of course. And you can see the Seine River flows sort of to the northwest into the English Channel and ends up at Le Havre and Honfleur. And we're also going to be looking at the city of Rouen, which has a really fascinating a Jewish community that goes all the way back to the 11th century. In fact, in the 12th century, they had a local leader there with such importance that some Christian texts refer to the local Jewish leader as the King of the Jews. Here is a modern picture of the medieval Rue des Juifs or the Road of the Jews that exists in Rouen today. It was also the site of some fascinating Portuguese and Spanish refugees from the Inquisition, including João Pinto Delgado, who in the 17th century wrote a lot of really interesting polemics to defend the Jews who had returned to their Jewish identity after fleeing from the Iberian Peninsula. But let's focus today on D-Day, because some really interesting things associated with Jews and their military service related to this event. D-Day is, of course, Tuesday, June 6th, 1944. It is the day that marks the major Allied landings at Normandy in the huge step forward in the fight against Nazism in World War II. It was also known as Operation Neptune. It represented the largest seaborne invasion in history, with 24,000 paratroopers landing in advance to prepare the region as best as possible for the landing of 7,000 sea vessels, and nearly 200,000 naval personnel participated in total. About a quarter of those, by the way, were American. There were tremendous losses on both sides, the Allies and the Germans, about 20,000 casualties. Among the Allies, 4,000 of those casualties were actually soldiers who were killed in this very, very difficult military assault. Here you can see a map that shows the sites of the landing. The Seine River flows just to the east of the major landing sites, including Omaha Beach, where we'll be spending time looking at the region and a remarkable museum that's located there. It was an incredibly punishing and difficult landing. The Germans were well prepared for it, and they knew that it was coming eventually, so they had reinforced the region, and there was a tremendous amount of difficulty and effort imposed in trying to make the landings at several beaches. Now, let us understand how Jews related in particular to this war and especially to D-Day. Jews, of course, coming from America, had a unique perspective on the war because they realized already by 1942 reports were circulating of the concentration camps, of the death camps, and the horrible persecution that the Nazis were meting out of Jews. So Jews had a special sense of responsibility with regards beating back Nazism, and they realized that if they were to be captured, it would be considerably more dangerous for them than regular American POWs. And so you see Jewish efforts in several different regions of activity. In the arts, for example, Jews like Irving Berlin, who was a very well-regarded composer of popular music in the first half of the 20th century, he devoted his talents to writing what has become a major anthem for the American people, God Bless America. And in the lyrics to that song, Berlin specifically alludes to the war in Europe that is on the horizon in 1938 when it was first broadcast. The lyrics include, while the storm clouds gather far across the sea, right? 1938, this is the era of Kristallnacht, of the Sudetenland crisis, and so on. Let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair as we raise our voices in solemn prayer. God bless America, a land that I love. Understood in this context from a Jew who had fled persecution in the former Russian Empire, coming to these shores and achieving fame and fortune by dint of his talent. You can really understand how much he really did attach himself to America, and this kind of anthem has a tremendous impact on the larger population. Now, of course, in terms of the actual war effort, perhaps the first place we should start is Jews active in intelligence. Before the invasion, there were about 200 Jewish codebreakers working at Bletchley Park in England, which was the headquarters for deciphering Nazi communications. This is the site where Alan Turing worked and others. It was really an important place for the intelligence activity behind the war. Among the Jews who were active at Bletchley Park was Max Newman, who was a British-born child of Polish Jewish refugees, somewhat like Berlin, somewhat earlier. He was a chess prodigy, a math major. These were characteristics that he shared with many of the other Jews there at Bletchley Park. He headed a department that was casually called the Newmanry, that called for the design of the world's first programmable electronic digital computer, the Colossus, that was instrumental in determining what were the German war plans. Also in the preparation for D-Day, you have people like Fred Balcom, shown here in this photograph, fourth from the left on the top row, who flew meteorological flights at 20,000 feet to determine the best weather conditions to allow the invasion to happen. He actually was responsible for delaying the invasion by 2 days to ensure that there was the best possible conditions without an undue delay. Turning to the landings themselves. So looking at the overall participation of Jews in the armed forces, there were about 550,000 American Jews who served in the U.S. Armed Forces during World War II. 36,000 of them were decorated, 24,000 of them were wounded, and 10,500 were killed in action. About 40% of all Jewish physicians served in the military, a remarkable number. In the landing at D-Day, about 4.2% of the soldiers making that assault were of Jewish origin. And that is, like all these other numbers, quite disproportionate because at the time, Jews made up only about 3.6% of the population. Let me look at a few of them because they're really quite fascinating. Let's look first at Lieutenant Robert Halperin, who was the child of a Ukrainian Jewish immigrant named Aaron. And I think this combination of Ukrainian and Jewish and heroism is something that we're seeing in our own day as well. He was a part of Assault Force U, which was one of the first units that made their way ashore to mark the landing sites so that later boats could safely hit the shore, avoiding both attack from the Germans and friendly fire from the Allies. Here's a quote from a contemporary war correspondent named William H. Stoneman, that Halpern was involved in an intricate job calling for as much brain as courage and barrels of both. He is certainly making a hero of himself again this morning on D-Day, doing a job on which the success of our assault depends, and which not one man in 1,000 would like to have. For his efforts there, he received the Bronze Star. He was specifically cited for bravery in saving several soldiers from drowning. He went on to receive the Silver Star and another kind of medal, an Olympic medal for sailing for Team USA in 1960. Another Jew among the first to arrive on the beaches of Normandy was Abraham Contioti. His boat hit the shore within 67ths of H hour. He was possibly the first of all American soldiers and maybe even of all Allied sources to actually attack the beach. He was 22 years old at the time, a Sephardic Jew from Brooklyn. The Jewish Telegraphic Agency reported at the time that when his parents were told that their son was involved in the invasion, they went straight to synagogue and they engaged in nearly 4 hours of prayer. I think as a parent, I probably would have done something like that too. On that same boat was Captain Leonard T. Schroeder, a 25-year-old from a Baltimore neighborhood. He was featured in a French magazine in 1994 describing the heroes of Normandy, and he said at that time that, "Today I realize that to be the first man ashore is an immense honor. yet I do not merit it more than anyone else. 5 of my men died down there at Normandy. They alone are the heroes. I hope this video gives you a sense of the importance of the Jewish effort behind D-Day and of those hallowed beaches that absorbed the blood of so many soldiers who went on to fight the great fight against Nazism in World War II. If you are able to join us on this cruise, where we'll be looking at the beautiful scenery of the Seine River, the 1,000-year history of Jews in the region, and specifically focusing on the history of Jews in the armed forces, I would love to meet you in person and spend some time with you in this wonderful experience. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I, for one, am really looking forward to our scheduled July trip on Kosher Riverboat Cruises as we explore the Jewish history of the Seine River. We're going to go all the way up to the English Channel, and we're going to especially be concentrating on the beaches that are associated with D-Day we spoke about in the last video. Today I'd like to speak about one location that's going to be halfway along the cruise. That is in the medieval city of Rouen. Now, Jews lived in Rouen from about the 9th century, and then they were expelled in the 14th century. But there wasn't a lot of actual architectural evidence of their existence there until August of 1976, when people were doing renovations to the remarkable 16th century Palace of Justice in Rouen. And we knew that it was located in the old Jewish neighborhood from before the expulsion of 1306, when a car dramatically collapsed in a huge sinkhole right in front of the steps up to the appeals court. It was really remarkable. And when they opened up that sinkhole, they found that there was this remarkable medieval building. And upon closer examination, it turns out that not only was this a building in the Jewish neighborhood, it was actually the yeshiva that had at its head the most remarkable figure of Normandy at the time, the great Rabbi Shmuel ben Meir, the grandson of Rashi himself, a really important commentator. Oh my gosh, I'm going to tell you more about that. But let's have a look at this building here to begin with. Here's a great book that came out to celebrate this discovery. This is a sort of a museum catalog kind of thing. It was published in January 2020 in the city of Rouen. And the title, by the way, is Focus. La Maison Sublime, the Sublime House. I'll tell you why they called it that in a minute. The oldest Jewish building in France. This is what this is. It's the oldest Jewish building ever found in France. The great Professor Norman Golb, who's really written a lot about the ancient world, about the medieval world, he wrote fantastic stuff on a Khazarian document found in the Geniza, and also some great things on the Dead Sea Scrolls, rather controversial theories. But he had just published in Hebrew 2 months prior a book about the Jews of Normandy, France, that exactly coincided with this finding. So he was brought in to try and examine this excavation and try to determine what exactly was it. And you can see it's got this remarkable Gothic architecture. They estimate about 11th century architecture with some amazing views and some interesting kind of decorative elements throughout. And when reconstructed by an artist, obviously these are like kind of the basement and foundations of the building, it probably rose up, judging by the height of the walls and things like that, to 3 stories. It must have been a rather magnificent building. And it was not just a house. It was clearly something that was intended for public use. Now, what really changed was when they discovered some graffiti scratched into the walls in the basement. Here's a photograph of the Rabbi of Rouen at the time, Salomon Perez, who's showing the graffiti to the great Rabbi of France, Rabbi Yaakov Kaplan, and Jean Le Cornet, who was the mayor of Rouen. And he's pointing out this remarkable phrase. As you can see here, this is what it looks like. It's the first one, the top blocks there said, this house will be sublime until the rock of Zion shows mercy. In its original context, it's a quote from the book of Kings. this house refers to this temple, right, in Jerusalem. In this context, it's kind of like a pun saying this great yeshiva will remain in place. How ironic that it still remains in place. This house will remain until the Messianic era. Now, what I find absolutely fascinating about this amazing building is not only the fact that this is the oldest building in France that's ever been discovered from before the expulsion of 1306, but that we know from Professor Golb's research that the Rashbam actually taught here. And then when we go visit this, we'll be able to walk on the same stones upon which the Rashbam himself walked. It's amazing. We also know that the remarkable commentator Avraham ibn Ezra, another great favorite of mine, visited this particular yeshiva. And so just to be in the same space where these great medieval thinkers were, I think that's just going to be fantastic. So this whole cruise is going to be amazing. I hope that you will be able to join us on this cruise. Please check out the website that I'll put at the end of this video. If not, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the videos that we make as we visit these remarkable sites of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for the kosher riverboat cruises along the Seine River later this year, looking at the Jews of Normandy in particular. And I came across something just recently that was just so fascinating. It may be a little bit geeky and a little bit specifically for those who are interested in a deep dive to how history is actually written, but I just can't help it. I got to tell you about it. This is so fascinating. This is a discovery of Professor Norman Golb, a great scholar who really was one of the most prominent scholars looking at things like the Dead Sea Scrolls and a lot of really unusual discoveries in the Cairo Geniza specifically. He just passed away, unfortunately, in 2020. Now, this particular story describes his old school scholarship, the kind of scholarship that I barely remember from my graduate school days, because with the internet, everything has changed. Basically, he came across a published text. He saw something funny in the way the text was published, and he said, well, I wonder if that's really what it looks like in the original. So he goes and he travels to England to see the original, right? These are things you had to do before the internet was invented. And by looking at the original, he was able to discover some amazing things about the Jews of Normandy and really to correct the historical record. All of this is told in one of his most recent books, The Jews and Medieval Normandy, a big, thick brick of a book that has some tremendous information. If you're intending on going on this particular cruise, don't read the book in advance, because then you'll end up asking me really hard questions. I'm just kidding. You can read the book in advance, and then we'll have a lot of fun talking about it. At any rate, what's the story here? So we have to first go to Cairo, where, as you may be aware, an amazing discovery was made in the 19th century of a phenomenal trove of medieval documents that describe really Jewish life around the medieval basin as a whole. The Cairo Geniza is so named because it was a repository for all kinds of texts written in Hebrew characters, whereas Jews today still have the custom of not disposing of works that are written with religious intent. For example, if they include the name of God in them, those are called shemos. They put them instead in a place called a geniza, which is like a storeroom or a treasure house, something like that. And then eventually they are buried. But the Jews of Old Cairo, a place called Fustat, actually regarded anything written in Hebrew characters, regardless of the nature of its content, as deserving of, going into the Geniza. And they sat there for hundreds and hundreds of years until the 19th century when they were discovered. Here's a picture of one of those great researchers from the turn of the 20th century, Solomon Schechter. You can see him here hard at work at his desk, deciphering the many, many fragments of the Geniza archive, which is still, undergoing tremendous research. We're not even close to finish going through all these little scraps of paper, putting them together. But let us remember that our story begins actually with a printed text. A scholar named Jacob Mann worked with a lot of these early texts in the beginning of the 20th century, and he published a book called The Jews in Egypt and Palestine Under the Fatimid Caliphs, which was published in 2 volumes in Oxford in the 20s. And he found one particular document to have such pathos that he actually printed it in full. It deals with a man named Mar Ruben ben Isaac. Mar is like a title of respect. He apparently was some landowner. And Jacob Mann identifies this place of origin as one Rodez in France, which is in the region of Languedoc, which is nowhere near Rouen or Normandy. It's in the south. But the spelling of the Hebrew text did not seem right at all. It would have had to have been spelled Reish Vav Dalet Samet, Rodez, but it was spelled Reish Dalet Vav Samet, which would be something like Rodos. Now, it's unusual for the scribe of an original document to make a mistake like that when a professional scribe is actually recording a document. It's like kind of like a notary public. They don't want to make mistakes. So how is it possible that it was recorded as Rodez? So Professor Gold went to England to find out. Now, for those of you who were born after 1980, you might be wondering, like, why would you go all the way to England to find this document? Why don't you just look it up online, right? Like Google? Now, you have to remember, of course, this is in the era before Google. It's the only way to see these things nowadays. But I did, in fact, since I'm in that transitional generation. I was born sometime before 1980. I went and looked it up at the British Library, which has wonderfully digitized so many of these Cairo-Geniza manuscripts. You can see here that the catalog information still records it as Rodez, according to Professor Mann. They'll probably update this once they see this video, or once they read, Norman Gold's book on Jews in Normandy. And here is the actual document. Isn't this great? We can actually see the document up close. What does the document say? Well, basically, it's a letter of introduction. One Mar Ruben ben Isaac went to this scribe named Abraham at a Mediterranean port, probably the city of Arles, and that would mean that he likely took the Seine River and then connected in Paris to get to the Rhone River, and then it made his way south. And if you're curious, yes, Kosher Riverboat Cruises does cruise both the Seine and the Rhone, so you can actually duplicate Mar Ruben ben Isaac's itinerary. At any rate, why did he leave this place in France, Rodez, apparently? It's because he tells this very sad story that his son was killed in a forest by brigands, and he went to the local authorities to seek some redress to find the criminals and things like that. But the authorities, discovering that this was his only child, Rahman al-Islam, so sad, the authorities decided to simply dispossess him of his land since he had no inheritor. They said, fine, you're not going to leave the land to anyone else. We're going to take it for ourselves. Now, this was, by the way, a huge transgression of medieval law in many different places, as Professor Gold describes in his book. And part of the reason why this document is so fascinating is because it indicates a breach in what would have been the normal circumstances of that era. At any rate, Mar Ruben ben Isaac, heartsick at the loss of his son, devastated by the loss of his physical property. He was, of course, a landowner, which is also significant. He decided he wanted to go to Jerusalem and to settle there and ultimately to be buried in the land. And he made his way down to the Mediterranean and then over to most likely Beirut. And he stopped in the very large Jewish community of Damascus, where this letter served as a letter of introduction. Okay, so now fascinating. Now, let's look at the kind of geeky stuff about how do we connect this from Rodez to Rouen. So if you look at the key passage in the text here, I've blown it up. You can see here where I've circled the text. That's the place name, Meir. It looks like Rodos. That's how Professor Mann read it. And it could be Rados or Rhodes, but he identified it as Rodez, which would have been in the south. However, this bothered Professor Golb, and he looked more carefully, consonant by consonant, in his letter. And you see in the next line, there's this word bakesef, which is a very common word. It means with money. And if you look at the third letter, of course, Hebrew written right to left, it is the third from the right, there's a samech there, an S sound. And it looks significantly different from the final letter in the first word of rados. And in fact, if we zoom in on a little bit, you can see that the samech and the final mem are very, very slightly different, especially if you look at the lower right corner, where slightly more, it's got more of a 90-degree angle. This tiny, tiny difference makes all the difference in the world for how we read that word. Rather than reading it like Professor Mann does as Rodez, reading it rather quickly, a very, very careful look at this text suggests that it's not Rodos or Rhodes, but Rodom. That makes a lot more sense. Now, where is Rodom? The original Latin name for Rouen was Rotomagus, and in the medieval period it was shortened to Rotom or Rodom. That would be the Hebrew use, and the pronunciation later shifted to Rouen. So, in other words, what Professor Golb did by looking consonant by consonant is he was able to shift the location of this letter from the south of France to Normandy to the city of Rouen. Now, there are tons of fascinating implications of placing this in Normandy rather than in the south of France. I don't want to make this video much longer. Please have a look at Professor Golb's book for all of the discussion. He devotes about 50 pages to it. But let's just finish the story of Reuben ben Isaac specifically. So if you look at the other side of this document, the verso, you see there it's written with several different hands, not the scribe from Ar, but that continues the story. And amazingly, by looking more broadly in the Geniza archive, another document turned up, which deals with this same person and continues the story. I'm going to quote from that second document found in the Geniza now, which is clearly identified, without doubt, as being associated with Reuben ben Isaac. This man, the other document states, the bearer of this letter, was one of the most important members of the community where he lived and was wealthy. The ruler of his land cast a punishment on him, and he fled, coming to Damascus for the land of Israel. But brigands attacked him and plundered all that he had, inflicting wounds on him. He was thus in great despair, and when he came to Jerusalem, he said, I will go on to Egypt. Perhaps they will give me some provisions for the way so that I can return to my place. Your custom, dear associate, is to do good toward all who come to Egypt. Do so the same with this man. Perhaps he will eventually return to his place. Right, so now we can put the whole story together. The man suffered tremendous tragedy in Normandy. He decided, I'm going to retire to the land of Israel and be buried there. He made his way over to Damascus, got more letters of introduction, but on the way to Jerusalem, unfortunately, he was attacked again, lost all of his possessions. He was not able to make a go of it. He could not make Aliyah. He decided, I'm going to head back to France. I'm going to go via Egypt, which also had a strong Jewish community. I will get, one last burst of support in Egypt, and then I'll make my way to Rouen. Well, I'll try to put my life together again. It appears that he was unable to return to Rouen because he would not have left such important documents behind. Chances are he simply ran out of energy and decided to settle in Egypt and eventually died there, and his documents eventually made their way into the Cairo Geniza. It's a fascinating story. Sorry for taking you down a little bit of a geeky path into how historians really do the tough work, but I hope you found this interesting anyways. I hope you'll be able to join us on this amazing cruise on the Seine River. There's some fantastic, amazing medieval Jewish history in Normandy, and especially on the coast. We're going to be focusing, of course, on Jewish military history and Jewish military heroism because of the tremendous significance of that location for World War II and World War I as well. Thank you very much for listening. Hope you have a great day. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited that very soon we will be embarking on yet another kosher riverboat cruise, this time on the Seine River, and it's going to give us a phenomenal opportunity to explore the amazing history of the Jews of France. This cruise is also specially themed Jewish heroism, primarily because we're going to be going up the Seine River to Normandy and then visiting the beaches where D-Day occurred, and we will be marking with special ceremonies those who served in the armed forces. But today, what I'd like to do is look a little bit more closely at our origin on this cruise. That is, of course, the famous city of Paris. And specifically, I want to look at Napoleon's role in creating really the basic framework of modern Jewish identity. So let's just look at what happened in the late 18th century. Of course, France has this amazing revolution in 1789, and they proclaimed this document, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen. And it's basically saying, equal rights for every man at any rate. Women is something separate. And so Jews began to say, wait, what about us? What's the schlecht? What's wrong with us? Why don't we get this as well? And so the French revolutionary government thought about it for a little while, and they realized that they had got themselves in a conundrum because the Jews were traditionally considered alien. However, there was a big split in the Jewish population. Let's have a look at this map here. This is what France looked like. This is an ecclesiastical map from the end of the 18th century. While I'm on this map, let's have a quick look at where we're going to be cruising. We're going to land in Paris, and then we're going to take our boat up the Seine River to the English Channel, and then where the tip of that arrow is where you have the Normandy beaches, and then we're going to head back down again. But back to our discussion, there's really two significant populations of Jews in France at this time. There were in the south the Sephardic Jews, and in the northeast the Ashkenazic Jews. The Sephardic Jews in the regions of Bordeaux and Bayonne, for example, tended to be far more acculturated to French norms. They spoke French fluently. They dressed like French citizens, and they had a much more diverse economic profile, and so they really were much more kind of like integrated into French society, even though they lacked the same rights as French Catholics. In the eastern section, however, bordering Germany, you have the huge mass of Yiddish-speaking, largely much more Orthodox Germanic Jews or Ashkenazic Jews. And so there was a lot of concern in the French population, primarily with these Ashkenazic Jews. Can we actually admit these very different foreigners or foreign-seeming people, even though they've lived in this region for 1,000 years? Can we really just consider them Frenchmen as well? So basically, in 1790, the French government said, all right, we will accept the Sephardic Jews. And then a year later, it was inevitable. It was the logic of the whole idea of the revolution. They accepted the Ashkenazi Jews as well. There were a lot of complaints, however. For the next decade, it went back and forth with a lot of people appealing to the government saying, all of our business rights changed and the economy changed quite a bit because now Jews have much more freedom. They're no longer artificially restricted by a discriminatory legislation. And so they ended up appealing to Napoleon. Napoleon was troubled by this question. He said, well, why don't we assemble a representative group of Jews and ask them, what do they really intend to do here as citizens of France? Can they ratify their patriotism or not? And in his typically grand kind of way, he said, I think we should assemble the Sanhedrin, which is, of course, the great court of 71 judges that had not sat for 1,900 years. But Napoleon liked to think big, and so he said, let's put it together again. He issued a call, and Jews from all over Europe, primarily those who were of the Maskilic bent, meaning much more open to modernization and reform of Jewish tradition and so on, but nevertheless headed by this remarkable individual, Rabbi David Sinsheim, who was a very well-respected, highly Orthodox author who had created the Yad David commentary on the Mishnah. He was a very well-respected and erudite scholar, and Napoleon gave him this great hat. I mean, I wish I could get a hat like this to wear to shul. At any rate, but since I became president of this unruly body of Jews from all over, called the Sanhedrin. And when they came together, first actually under the name the Assembly of Notables, Napoleon presented them with 12 questions. And these 12 questions were basically designed to try to measure to what degree do these French Jews consider themselves essentially French. If, for example, France were to be attacked by Germany, which happens with regularity, would these Jews forbid with the invading enemy? This particular question, by the way, the Assembly of Notables all stood up and said, "Jusqu'à la mort, we will defend France to the death." Napoleon asked a lot of really interesting questions, 12 of them in total. Rabbi Zinsheim was in charge of formulating the written responses, and essentially his draft response sort of articulated a way in which French Jews could maintain their communal identity and a degree of independence, recognizing their responsibilities to the larger civic polity of France, and so on. In a word, he really brought it down to a concept that has been advanced by the great Rabbi Shmuel of the Talmud, Dina de Malchuta Dina, the law of the land is the law. There's a lot more to say about that particular Talmudic concept, but basically this satisfied Napoleon, and he confirmed the earlier decisions of 1790 and 1791, granting the Jews equal rights in France. There's more to say about this, but let's just have a look at some of the artwork from the period. Here's a remarkable print that shows Napoleon le Grand, the great Napoleon, reestablishing the religion of Judaism in 1806. And you can see he's got kind of like this imperial sort of robe, like Caesar with the laurels and things like that. And he is graciously reaching out his hand to lift up the fallen Judaism. And the Judaism there is like forlorn, and the Ten Commandments have fallen from her grasp onto the ground. There's the menorah from the temple in the background, and sort of like the Judean wilderness receding off into space. And Napoleon, who is holding, the tablets of the law, is the great hero in this. And here's one more that I find absolutely amazing. This is actually something that was a medallion that was struck for Napoleon in his honor by the Jewish community in France. And you can see on the left, of course, the profile of the emperor. And on the right, mind-boggling, there is Napoleon in a godlike sort of posture, actually handing the Ten Commandments to a servile Moses. I don't know how they were thinking this was anywhere near acceptable, but nevertheless, this was a kind of slavish honoring of Napoleon that went on, at least among some circles of French Jews. I should point out that while there were some Jews that regarded Napoleon as being tremendous, and in fact they looked at his name Bonaparte as they translated as Chelek Tov, good portion, and they had almost messianic pretensions for him in a way. There were other Jews who violently opposed him. Some Hasidic groups further to the east, of course, regarded him with great suspicion and so on. And in fact, there were some measures that Napoleon put in place that would lend credibility to that particular posture. At any rate, that's a very quick look at a key moment in French Jewish history that had implications really for Jews in modernity as a whole, as many countries moved towards a kind of civic democracy. What was the rule, and how do they deal with distinct communities like the Jews within their populations? So more to say about that. I just want to put in another plug. I am really so excited that we're going to be cruising again. It's been so long. For those of you who are interested, it's an absolutely fantastic experience because we have, about 100 people on these boats, and they're kind of like floating shtetls. We have minyan 3 times a day on the boat. We have amazing food from Malcolm Green. And I imagine those bus tours are a lot of fun too. But one of the really nice things is you don't have to unpack and go to another hotel and unpack again. The hotel travels with you on the river, and all you do is you stop and then you get off, you walk, so on. And it's a manageable group, like 100 odd passengers. It's just beautiful. You get to know people, and we have friends that my wife and I have made years now from these cruises. So if you're able and interested, I would love to see you on this cruise and spend some time with you. Otherwise, I hope you enjoyed this particular video, and I look forward to speaking to you about Jewish history in the future. Thanks very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. On Sunday, we'll be marking Yom Yerushalayim, Sunday, May 29th, 2022, which falls out in the Hebrew calendar on the 28th day of the month of Iyar. And Jerusalem Day is a modern event that was commemorated by the State of Israel on the first year after the conquest of Eastern Jerusalem, which allowed the city to be united again after 1948. So what I'd like to do in this brief video is to give just a little bit of a historical overview of how this came to pass, and look very briefly at some of the ongoing political controversy that surrounds this particular event, and also a little bit of the religious controversy, because even though the unification of Jerusalem is something that obviously Jews look upon with tremendous favor, there are nevertheless differences of opinion over what to do about this particular event. Okay, so let's do the history. First of all, Jerusalem. It is the ancient capital of the Jewish people. The earliest mention of it, however, is in the pre-Israelite period, when the Egyptians mentioned it in their execration texts. Execration texts are really amazing things. They are these kind of like clay tablets, or sometimes they're shaped like figurines, and the Egyptians would list all the people and places that they really didn't like, and then they would have some kind of ritual humiliation or destruction of that object, smashing them up, burning them, sometimes even worse things. So Jerusalem is mentioned in an execration text that dates from about the 19th or 20th century before the Common Era. The Canaanite inhabitants were the Jebusites, and they are described in the Bible as the inhabitants that were conquered by King David, and that's when David named it his capital. His son Solomon, of course, would build the temple there, and ever since then, for the last 3,000 years, it has been the undisputed capital of the Jewish people. Although they did have a civil war, of course, Samaria became a very important site and so on, but we'll skip over that. The city was conquered many times over the next 3 millennia, and it received many other names, such as Aila Capitolina by the Romans, Beit al-Maqdis by the Fatimid dynasty, and finally Al-Quds by Arabs in the contemporary world. By the time we get to the 20th century, Jerusalem is held by the Ottoman Empire based in Istanbul, and when it fell in the context of World War I, then the British took over on December of 1917. The next few decades are known as the era of the British Mandate, because technically the land of Israel and also surrounding areas as well was given to the British as a mandate from the League of Nations to basically administer it. There was always a Jewish presence in Jerusalem from ancient times right through to the modern times, but sometimes it was very tiny. But when we get to the 19th century in particular, from about the 1870s and 18 to make Israel their home, and the population in Jerusalem in particular is expanding. There is also a growing Arab population at the same time, as there is increasing wealth and prosperity in the region. Then these things go hand in hand. There's a lot more migration from outside the land of Israel, both Jewish and Arab. After several decades and World War II, the British are ready to leave. They ask the United Nations, which is the successor organization to the League of Nations, to say, we're having a really hard time. Tensions between Jews and Arabs in Jerusalem and in the region as a whole are increasing, and we'd like to leave, please. So they asked the United Nations to come up with a plan to somehow deal with the competing claims for Jerusalem and the entire region. the United Nations come up with this partition plan in 1947, which was actually pretty bizarre. It involved dividing the land of Israel into 7 distinct sections. Here you can see a period map that shows on the left the 3 green areas belong to the purported Jewish state. And this basically corresponds with more or less where their concentrations of settlement were. And on the right, you see the sort of goldenrod color. That is the regions that were to be given to the Arabs. And the 7th, so there's 3 and 3, that makes 6. The 7th area was Jerusalem, which was to be an international zone because nobody could agree exactly how they would divide the holy city. What ends up happening is the Jews, even though it is kind of a strange plan, they agree to the plan because, after all, it represents the very first moment that Jews are able to reestablish their sovereignty in the land of Israel since they were exiled in the 1st century of the Common Era, and war ensues almost immediately. The war lasts for a little over a year, as you can see in these 3 maps, but in the end, remarkably, the Jews are able to consolidate the territory and even expand it somewhat as the armistice comes into place in 1949. So between 1948 and 1967, Jerusalem is a divided city, think Berlin, with the primary areas of Jewish settlement prior to the war trapped on the Jordanian side of the border. In 1967, there is another major war, the 6-Day War, which there's a lot to talk about. It has a tremendous impact on politics in the region, even to this day. But basically, the Israelis stave off an impending attack from the Egyptians and the Syrians in particular, and remarkably, largely through very effective use of air power, they actually consolidate their territory even more and expand it to include, as you see in this map here, which is provided from a more left-wing source, so you can see some of the names. People will always argue about what names you use for different places. I don't want to get into that, but the map on the left, you can see that Syria loses territory in the Golan Heights. Egypt loses the massive amount of territory, the Sinai Peninsula, and including the Gaza Strip. And then the so-called West Bank, because it is on the west bank of the Jordan River. Many Israelis prefer to use the Hebrew names like Shomron for this region. That is occupied by the Israelis. Now, there's a lot to say about this as well. It's heavily populated by Palestinians who are certainly not happy to be under Israeli sovereignty at this time, but the Israelis do not annex it outright. What they do annex, meaning take for Israel permanently, is East Jerusalem with a large Arab population. And that means that Jerusalem, the city, is once again united, but at great cost, which of course still has contemporary political ramifications to this day. It is the reunification of Jerusalem in 1967 that is specifically celebrated on this day, Yom Yerushalayim. Now let's just talk very briefly about 2 ongoing issues regarding Yom Yerushalayim. Obviously, for Jews, and especially for religious Jews who see the establishment of the State of Israel as perhaps the unfolding of the Messianic era, that this is the Reshit Tzmichat Geulatenu, the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. This is a hugely important event, and it's really of cosmic and metaphysical proportions. So there are many Jews who find themselves in that particular ideological camp who say, oh my gosh, we should go full on with a holiday. We should recite specific prayers that are only recited at times of great celebration and so on. But others say that, wow, this is really a great political event for the Jews, but maybe we should hold off on some of those other things. Who says we're qualified to establish holidays? And still other Jews will say, no, downplay Yerushalayim. I leave that up to you to decide exactly where you want to fall in that particular spectrum. And at the same time, the second issue is, of course, that Jerusalem is reunited or reunified, at least on a political level, on an administrative level, but it is hardly unified in terms of the peace and stability of the region, which of course sees Jerusalem not as the city of peace, but rather as a city of strife. Hopefully, we will one day see a resolution of all of these events, and we will be able to celebrate Yom Yerushalayim with a full heart of enthusiasm for the happiness of all the residents of Israel and the Middle East and the globe as a historical perspective on what exactly is this day, Yom Yerushalayim. I also want to say that I prepare riverboat cruises, which is an organization that I'm really happy to be working with. I love cruising with KRC. We're going to be going to the Seine River in just a little over a month now, and we're going to cruise from Paris along the Seine River up to the coast of Normandy, and we're going to have some special moments there on our visit where we will be commemorating Jewish heroism. And that's really the connection with this particular topic. Not only does Yom Yerushalayim fall out on the 28th, this coming Sunday, it's also a moment of great Jewish heroism as the Jews were able to reestablish themselves in their ancient capital after 3,000 years. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you are free and able to join us on this Kosher Riverboat Cruise, we'd love to have you and talk a lot more about these things. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Today I'd like to speak to you about the Blois incident of 1171, which is a disturbing moment in French Jewish history. This video is intended for educational purposes only. I prepared this video, of course, in context of my research, getting ready for the Great Kosher Riverboat Cruises trip to the Seine River, which is going to be so exciting. It's just a few weeks away, and we have only 6 cabins left. I'm very excited to see the response to this particular trip. But to dive into our material in particular, the scope of Jewish history in France, which is so fascinating, has nevertheless a big lacuna in it. Basically, from the early 14th century until the later part of the 18th century, there's not a lot happening Jewishly in France. Why is that? That's largely because of the series of expulsions that the Jews endured in France from the early 14th century on, a few of them even earlier. These tend to be localized until they got larger and larger and drove many of the Jews from the region further east, which we'll talk about at the end of this video very briefly. During the cruise, of course, we're going to look at the grand scope of French Jewish history, particularly along the Seine River. We'll spend some time visiting the amazing medieval yeshiva in Rouen, which was the home of the great Rabbi Abraham ibn Ezra for about a decade. There's also, of course, fascinating populations of Jews in the south of France, in Provence, but for the most part, there's a big gap for a few hundred years because of those expulsions from the early 14th century on. Part of the reason for those expulsions is what we're going to talk about today, this Blois incident that occurred in the early 12th century. It is, of course, an infamous example of the blood libel, and a fairly early one as well. We've already talked about the negative impact that the First Crusade of 1096 had on the early Ashkenazic population in the region of northern France, but emanating from England came ritual murder. This first when a young child was found, and the Jews of that region were blamed for some kind of like mysterious ritual murder, and blood libel charges are malicious in intent, and they do not correspond to reality. We have no evidence of Jews ever engaging in any of this nefarious activity, but nevertheless, the whole idea of some kind of strange cabal, unfortunately often involving children, it just seemed to like stick in the popular psyche like an ice pick to the brain, and it lasts right up until the 20th century. Some of the crazy fever dreams of QAnon and things like that seem to involve, pedophilia and, God forbid, these kind of terrible things. So there's definitely a medieval connection to this that unfortunately is attached to the Jews, and it's just one of those self-perpetuating myths. At any rate, you can have a look at this map here, for example, which shows the scale and scope of blood libel charges, which start in England in the 12th century and then spread slowly to the continent, become very popular in Germany in the 13th and 14th century, and they make their way all the way out to the Russian Empire and right up until the 20th and even 21st century, if you can believe it. Some of the ritual murder and blood libel charges had a special longevity, such as this 15th century example of Simon of Trent, in which case the church was actually involved to a certain degree, even extending a beatification, which is like one of those stages towards even sainthood, to the victim of this supposed plot. And the relics of these children are sometimes, entombed and later even incorporated into the Catholic worship, which is completely bizarre. At any rate, let us return to the 12th century in France. Blois was one of the early charges in France, and it was especially powerful in its impact on this tiny, struggling Ashkenazi community. We have a lot of accounts that corroborate the essential story of what happened in Blois. Many of these accounts were reported by Christian sources as well as Jewish sources, and we see them not only in terms of personal letters and communal documents, but also transformed into poetry and even liturgy, which of course has survived the centuries. Especially important for understanding are well corroborated accounts that emanate from nearby Orléans and from Paris. And they especially involve one particular figure who was the recipient of many of these documents, the great Tosafist Rabbeinu Yaakov Tan. He was the grandson of the famous Rashi, extremely important in interpreting the Talmud, and this is one of the incidents that occupied the last years of his life, as Jews from around France asked him for direction and guidance. Here, by the way, is a map that shows you where Blois is. It's just to the southwest of Paris, and while I'm on the same map, here's roughly where we will be traveling on this trip as we make our way down the Seine River from Paris to Normandy and then back. One of the most important secondary sources that analyzes the events of Blois in 1171 is an article by Robert Chazen. Dr. Chazen is one of the greatest medievalists that we have in the field. I had the great privilege of studying with him at Oxford on an NEH seminar, and it was absolutely fascinating. He wrote research on Blois in his youth. He published an article in 1968 in the Proceedings of the American Academy for Jewish Research, and he essentially takes us through the story. What exactly happened? So apparently there was a Jewish traveler named Isaac ben Elazar who was passing along the Loire River with a load of untanned skins, right? A leather worker, basically, to make leather, you've got to flay an animal, and then you've got to, scrape off the excess meat, and then you have to soak it in various solutions until it finally can make it into leather. So apparently he had some skins, I imagine it was on some kind of wagon load, early in this process where they were still quite bloody and so on. And as he's passing along the banks of the Loire River, one of those skins came loose, and it frightened a nearby horse that was connected with a Christian servant who mistakenly took this bloody skin for the body of a child. And perhaps he had somehow heard about the incident in Norwich from 30 years earlier, and he thought that it was happening here in France as well. Who knows? But he went and reported it, and it reached the local nobleman, a Count Thibault of Blois. Now, Thibault of Blois was an interesting character. He had some kind of unspecified relationship with a Jewish woman named Polsalina. Now, this relationship, in one of the sources, the word that's used to describe his feelings for her was ohev, from the word ahava, or love. In Hebrew, the word ohev can mean love or like, and so many scholars have tried to interpret this as perhaps a closer relationship, a more romantic relationship even. But other scholars have said it maybe meant more like favor, that he favored her. Who was this Polselina? She was apparently a very successful moneylender, and we discussed in other videos the role that Jews played in early commerce and credit at this time of year. So Polselina was arrested by Thibault. Why she was arrested may have more to do with Thibault's wife, Alex, who, although we don't necessarily know the nature of Thibault's relationship with Polselina, we certainly know that Alex was full of animosity for Polselina, some kind of jealousy perhaps, or it could also be due to the fact that she was heavily indebted to this moneylender. And this is a pattern that we also see in many Jewish communities, where moneylenders, if they're good at their job and extend a lot of credit, then at some point, sometimes the debtors begin to feel resentful and they expel the Jews. We see this happening throughout Europe at this time. At any rate, Thibault, perhaps acting with the strong urging of his wife Alex, imprisons not only Polselina but also the entire community, about 31 adults, and later they would actually be burned at the stake. The entire episode, by the way, was so moving that I mentioned how Robert Chazen wrote this article in his youth. The great Guinness scholar S.D. Goitein, he wrote a play on this in 1927, which is really quite amazing. At any rate, the community responded right away with collecting a bribe of 220 pounds to try and release this community of 30-odd people who were arrested, and this amount was rejected. Professor Chazen suggests that perhaps the amount might have been too low, because after the incident, they ended up having to find 1,000 pounds to indemnify the entire region against further attacks of this nature. They organized an appeal to the king, Louis VII, who agreed with the Jews, as is something that typically happens in these blood libel cases, where the secular authorities, and quite often the church as well, inflaming the passions of the local population with these crazy stories, but nevertheless they're typically not able to control them, and quite often they result in something as terrible ever. There was no evidence that anything happened at all. But nevertheless, the charge was recognized by a governmental authority like Count Thibault, and as a result, they actually executed the entire population that they had imprisoned. This occurred on the 20th of Sivan in the year 4931 in the Jewish calendar, which corresponded to May 26th of 1171. The martyrs included Polselina and two of her daughters. In terms of the scope of this, we should recognize that the entire population of Blois, the entire Jewish population of Blois, was only 40 people, most likely 40 adults, according to one of the contemporary sources. So basically, wiping out almost the entire community. We don't know exactly what happened to some of the others. The children, however, were forcibly converted to Christianity and were lost to the Jewish community. As a result, a fast day was instituted that is observed even up to the present day in many communities, because of the many other tragedies that happened later on this date, such as some of the Khmelnytsky massacres in 1648-49. This particular date, the 20th of Sivan, which is coming up as I record this, is recognized as a fast day, 1,000 years later. Dr. Chazen makes some very salient historical observations about this entire sad tragedy. This was a formative element in the development of a centralized authority among Jewish communities in Ashkenaz. Let us recall that we're speaking about tiny, essentially pioneering settlements, that they're only there for 50 years, 100 years, 200 years. These are relatively new settlements in terms of the scope of Jewish history. We can trace the dates of their arrival with some degree of accuracy, not only by the historical records that we have, but also by some fascinating DNA research that shows the path of Jewish migration through the Italian peninsula up into the region of Ashkenaz in particular. It also, Dr. Chasen points out, really emphasizes the role that great rabbinic leaders like Rabbeinu Tam played in directing the response to a crisis like this. Nevertheless, even with these heroic efforts, the Jewish communities of Ashkenaz could not rise the swelling of anti-Semitic fervor, which would only increase over the next couple of centuries in this region and would drive Jews further and further to the east, not only because of this negative pressure on Jews, but also because of the positive pressure or the vacuum that was represented by the economic opportunities extended to Jews in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Okay, that's a very quick look at this very sad incident of 1171. We're going to be looking at the entirety of Jewish history in France with specific focus on the Seine River and Normandy right up until the 21st century. A lot of emphasis, for example, on the role of Normandy in World War II, the location of D-Day, and so on. I hope you'll be able to join us, and if not, I certainly look forward to sharing with you some of our experiences via video. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you're doing well. Today I'd like to speak to you about someone who has become kind of a hero, a scholarly mentor to me. I'm speaking about Cecil Roth, the great 20th century historian. And I found that, quite recently, his work has intersected with my own work and my own life, actually, in three distinct ways. So I thought, hey, let's make a video about Cecil Roth. So let me tell you quickly about those three ways, each of which is a small plug. The first is I'm going to be going on 2 history cruises this year in which I rely very heavily on Cecil Roth. One of those trips is along the Seine River, and in fact, the video that you see behind me is a really cool kind of panorama of the various rooms and places in the boat that we'll be sailing on. And the second cruise is going to be to Venice, and Cecil Roth, of course, is primarily known in his research specialization as a historian of Italian Jewry, so I'll be relying very heavily on him. The second major way in which his work is intersected with my own is that, God willing, I'll be speaking in New Jersey twice this month. And I'll be speaking about the meaning of Jewish history, looking at how historians have made an impact on the way we shape our understanding of the past. We're going to start by looking at Josephus, looking at the Great Roman Jewish War, the 1st century, and then we're going to move in the second talk to the medieval period, looking at people like David Gans and several other historians, and then finally we're going to look at the modern period, and Cecil Roth is one of those figures that is so important for us understanding how we got to be where we are today. So I'm going to put details about where I'm speaking in Teaneck and then in Fair Lawn in the information box if you are available, and in New Jersey this month. And third, I'm really excited to be working with Cecil Roth Scholarship on my own attempt to create a survey of Jewish history. This is a forthcoming 3-volume work that's going to be appearing under the imprint of Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. Cecil Roth has become so important to me in these 3 distinct ways. Let's talk a little bit about him now that we've had this longish introduction. He was born on March 5th of 1899, although some of the official records actually record his date as March 11th. The family history indicates that his father, who was a Polish immigrant, somehow missed a date to register his son's birth properly, and so it was delayed by several days until March 11th. Some records apparently reflect that later date. Cecil was one of 4 brothers. One of them, Leon, actually became a professor of philosophy at Hebrew University. He received a traditional secular education, and his father enjoined a private Hebrew tutor. His mother was English born, and so Cecil Roth had kind of an upbringing that was open to the Eastern European influence, but also firmly rooted in his English background. He served in World War I as a private, and he saw combat. As a religious Jew, he was sometimes brought in to actually serve as a chaplain and officiate at the funerals of some of his compatriots. After the war, he returned and he entered Oxford University in 1919. Here's a picture of him in that year. He was at Merton College, and he showed an early great talent for history, ultimately graduating with a doctorate in 1925. His graduation was especially interesting in that because two of the exams were held on Shabbat, he had to miss them, and nevertheless he was able to graduate with distinction. He married Irene Davis 3 years later, and she actually wrote a very important memoir of their life together, which I've relied on very heavily for this particular video. Now, it's so fascinating when you look at their early life together, because he did not have a permanent position as an academic until 1939. It means almost all the 20s and the 30s, he was a freelance historian. There's not a huge amount of demand for freelance historians. He was well published. His dissertation was a huge success, but he had to basically cobble together a living by writing, short pieces for newspapers and going from lecture to lecture and things like that. Part of the reason for his being passed over for positions was certainly the general, challenging situation, especially in the Depression. But there was certainly some anti-Semitic prejudice as well. Despite his really stellar career as a student and then as a young postgraduate, he was never honored by becoming a fellow of the college from which he was graduated. And he overheard people saying that no students of the Jewish persuasion would be welcome in the senior common room. And this came apparently from senior fellows. He engaged, however, in incredible output, despite his precarious finances, and his total number of publications, as we shall see, numbered in the hundreds. He ultimately was appointed to be a reader in post-biblical studies at Oxford in 1939. The position was created specifically for him, and he remained at Oxford teaching as a beloved instructor until 1964. Later, he went on to have some visiting appointments at Queens College in New York City, also Stern College at Yeshiva University, and, as we shall see, a rather unfortunate appointment at Bar Ilan University at the end of his life. His activity during the late 30s and into World War II shows a tremendous unification of his scholarship and a personal heroism as well. He was interviewed for a position with the British war effort that would have taken advantage of his Italian skills. He was, of course, fluent in the language and one of the world experts on Italian Jewish history and Italian history in general. But he was turned down ostensibly because he only held the rank of private for the 1 year that he was eligible to serve in World War I. It's not impossible. There was some anti-Semitism that held it back as well. His life was personally threatened several times by Nazi sympathizers in England because he was such a vociferous opponent of Nazism, and even with Arthur Schick on his really impressive Haggadah that had a very strong anti-Nazi tone to it. And there's some excellent research that's forthcoming on some of the hidden messages in the Schick Haggadah. We should also mention, by the way, that Cecil Roth had a lifelong interest in Haggadahs in particular. He was very deeply involved with the Sarajevo Haggadah. He published a version of the Chinese Haggadah, the Haggadah of the Chinese Jews and so on, which I understand has an absolutely delicious set of recipes. No, just kidding, I added that part. His major work on the eve of the Holocaust was a book called The Jewish Contribution to Civilization. He published this in 1938 as a direct response to the rise of Nazism. Whereas Hitler and the Nazis wanted to show how the Jews had somehow ruined Western civilization and were responsible for his downfall, Cecil Roth pushed back with the skills that he had at his disposal, which was to demonstrate over and over again the tremendous contributions, as the title indicates, the Jews made to civilization. There's a fascinating note in an article by Elisa Lawson, who wrote a dissertation on Roth's contribution to English history in particular. And I hadn't seen this myself, but apparently he dedicated a different book directly to Hitler himself, a book on the Sassoon dynasty, again, speaking to the idea of the Jews making tremendous contributions to world history. And with his uniquely fluid style, Elisa Lawson quotes an open letter to Adolf Hitler that Cecil Roth published in his book on the Sassoon dynasty, expressing, here I quote, profound execration and abhorrence, not merely as a Jew and as an Englishman, but as a human being, for you, your ideas, your ideals, your methods, and all that you stand for. Very powerful kind of statement. He and his wife Irene also engaged in heavily charitable activities. They opened up a soup kitchen for refugees, serving 1,600 meals a day. He resigned all of his honorific posts with various Italian learned societies because of his opposition to Mussolini, who was, of course, an ally of Hitler. But in the 1960s, the Italian government reached out to him again and reappointed him to many of these honors, including awarding him the Order of Merit from the Italian Republic for his tremendous contributions to their history. Here's a rather remarkable coin, a medallion that was minted in his honor. He was, of course, subject to scholarly criticism. It's impossible to avoid this. And one of the reasons why his work was criticized was because he had kind of like a level of scholarly ethnocentrism, which demonstrated deep enthusiasm for the history of the Jewish people. He once said, a man can call himself a Jewish historian only if he loves his people and if, in the light of that love, he presents the events in their history. It should be noted that a lot of this criticism was really overblown, and in fact, lumping him in, as some historians have done, with the lachrymose school, that is most notably associated with the criticism of Saulo Baron, very important historian also of the 20th century. Lachrymose means full of tears, and there's this kind of idea that historians have hewed to this notion that Jewish history is all about books and pogroms, right? Like there's, discrimination and all kinds of violence, followed by scholarship and huge achievements. Now, there's some merit to looking at history that way, but Cecil Roth could hardly be called a member of that school, and he often pointed, a penetrating searchlight on some of the darker aspects of Jewish history as well. And he has been defended by no less a scholar than David Ruderman, who wrote a tremendous article, championing the kind of work that Cecil Roth did and criticizing the critics who overstate his idealistic view of Italian-Jewish relations in particular. He was really a much more objective historian than some of those critics give him credit for. Nevertheless, he was definitely a strong proponent of the Jewish people in a much more nationalistic sense. She wrote that he would have been overjoyed to hear that one of his most popular works, A Short History of the Jewish People, was translated into Russian and published in a samizdat edition, meaning a self-published, pirated edition, which was circulated, hand to hand during the repressive era of the Soviets. When people would get a book, they would translate it, and then they would laboriously type it out with like tiny, tiny onion skin thin papers, trying to type up to 8 copies at a time and then circulating them just through networks. And she says he would have been delighted to hear that his book was pirated in this way. And she wrote that he used to say, if any work of mine has been the cause of even one Jew of uncertain allegiance to Judaism to return to the heritage to which he was born, he often said, I would not consider that my work had been in vain. So you get a sense of his attachment to Judaism and how he expressed that in his works. He wrote tens of monographs, general histories of the Jews, works on art history, analysis of Haggadahs, things like that. The last count of his bibliography extends to 779 publications. I mean, incredible. Many of them translated into other languages. He loved biographies in particular. He wrote, when he was criticized sometimes for looking at strange individuals, he said, if I have preferred the picturesque to the drab, and devoted space to the curious as well as to the important, I do not feel that an apology is needed. You can see it gets a sense of humor as well. I wish there was some YouTube of him speaking. In fact, I'm going to go search right after I make this video. But his most colossal contribution, which is often overlooked, is the fact that he served as the editor-in-chief of the massive multi-volume Encyclopedia Judaica, which is without doubt the largest, most far-reaching piece of and comprehensive piece of Jewish scholarship since the Babylonian Talmud. It is a massive work of scholarship. I myself use it quite frequently. I refer to it very often. And every now and then when I'm reading, I'll come across a passage and I'll say, wow, this is like so well written and well expressed. And I'll look down and I'll see the little initials, CR, that in fact that particular article was written by Cecil Roth himself. But just to get a sense of kind of his approach and his skills that he could bring to bear in producing this particular massive work of Jewish scholarship, when he wrote that aforementioned book, The Jewish Contribution to Civilization, 1938, he had one of his senior students prepare an index. When he went and he looked over the index, he was horrified to see that it did not include any names of women. So he went back to the student and said, well, how come there are no women mentioned here? I wrote about so many women. And he said, well, I didn't think they were important enough to make it into the index. So he chucked the index, and he went and he asked his wife, Irene, to go over and repair that flaw. And, of course, that's how it was published. Irene Roth says this was her primary contribution to her husband's scholarship. But it gives you a sense how here in the 1930s, he's thinking very seriously about these things. He was a great popular historian, involved in all kinds of multimedia activities as well. Here you can see an interesting picture of him with Cecil B. DeMille, the great director who produced the Ten Commandments, among many other films, Ben-Hur. And he once wrote a note to him, from one Cecil to another Cecil. Right? Although Cecil Roth's Hebrew name was Bezalel, I don't know if Cecil B. DeMille had a Hebrew name at all. Towards the end of his career, he made more and more trips to Israel. He had visited when he was a much younger man, but ultimately settled there for the last decades of his life, as he was especially working with the Encyclopedia Judaica, based in Jerusalem, and then later also with an office in New York. Here you can see a photograph of he and his wife Irene on the tarmac arriving in Israel. Back then, I actually remember getting off planes and walking across the tarmac. I don't think they do that too often, especially in international airports anymore. Unfortunately, at the end of his career, when he had achieved already so much, he was the subject of a terrible defamation that had a tremendous toll on him and unfortunately cost the larger world much of his energies as a scholar. In 1964, he had been appointed to be a professor at Bar Ilan University in Israel, which is a great school that has strong ties to the observant Jewish community. And a scurrilous account was published in an Israeli magazine in Hebrew that misquoted Roth in his writing, The Short History of the Jews. Specifically, there's one passage. I'm going to read it to you in full, and then I'm going to say how it was abused by the author of this article to indicate how far-reaching this crisis was. So here's the quotation in full. It is said by some critics that not a shred of evidence for the historicity of Moses exists. That may be so if we are to regard potsherds as more significant and more reliable than the memory of people or written records of immemorial antiquity. So in other words, just reading that in full, he's clearly arguing against those historians who deny the historicity of the figure of Moses. But the quotation, which was published in a religious circulation, stopped after words, that may be so. In other words, the only thing that was quoted was, it is said by some critics that not a shred of evidence for the historicity of Moses exists. That may be so. Stop, period. Oh my gosh. So this portrayed Cecil Roth completely contrary to his personal lifestyle, his personal religious views, and so on, not to mention his scholarly views, that he denied the historicity of Moses, which of course is a terrible thing to say for someone working in a religious institution. There was a huge controversy that ensued, and ultimately Cecil Roth suffered a heart attack. The The university strove to defend him, but ultimately he decided that he would resign from that position, and he did not continue as a professor there. It's just horrible to see this example of what we call today cancel culture attacking a scholar of great merit like Cecil Roth. At any rate, he continued his work lecturing and teaching at other schools, and especially his work on the Encyclopedia Judaica, and died in 1970. And here is a photograph of his tombstone in Israel. So by way of conclusion, here's a beautiful photograph of him hard at work in his Oxford library. Cecil Roth is one of those great scholars of the 20th century that, saw so much publication and had such a tremendous arc of a career, unfortunately ending in this kind of infamy in Bar Ilan, but at the same time also achieving this massive, enduring success with the Encyclopedia Judaica. I have to say that I myself really am drawn to him as a figure in so many ways. I really appreciate the fact that he hated correcting galleys. He used to hate, like, galleys are like when they typeset the book and things like that, then they send the author back the copies and you have to read every word that you already wrote, and you can make small changes like, correcting spelling errors and things like that, but you really shouldn't add big chunks of paragraphs because it throws off the formatting and so on. I hate that too. I hate looking at galleys. I also appreciate his tremendous sense of humor. He was once asked why he studied the history of the Jews, and he spoke, there are Jewish historians whose involvement carries with it a search for theory, he puts that in quotes, even a sense of destiny. I commend to the young in heart among you my ultimate answer. It is because it is fun. He clearly had a great sense of fun when he was studying history. It really just radiates from the page when you read his work. And you know what? I have fun too. So I really feel a tremendous amount of sympathy for Cecil Roth. I hope that some of you will be able to join me in discussing Cecil Roth's work, either this Shabbos or the next, at Congregation B'nai Yeshua in Teaneck and at Congregation Darchei Noam in Fairlawn. I'd really love to see some of you on these cruises. We will definitely return to his work. We hardly touched on his role as an art historian, but he has remarkable sensitivity to finding antique works and analyzing them. And last of all, if you're not able to join me in New Jersey, not able to join me in Europe, I hope you will join me on the page when we publish this book with Corin Publishers that is going to rely very heavily on the approach of Cecil Roth. Okay, I thank you very much for watching this longish video, and look forward to speaking with you in the future.
What a great pleasure to see all of you here today. I'm so excited. This is the first time I've been on the Seine cruise. I'm very excited about it, but I've been with David for about 5 or 6 cruises now, and if this is your first time here, I guarantee you're going to have an absolutely fantastic time. This is like a little floating shtetl, or like a summer camp reunion for older adults, and it's absolutely fantastic. My goal here, the part I play, is to try and give some historical context to the things that we will be seeing. So my goal in this very brief talk, which is going to be about 10 minutes, not very long at all, is just to give you a sense of what to expect over the course of the next week, divided into our journey in space and our journey in history, and then we'll have a couple of remarks about what this might mean for us today. So I didn't introduce myself properly. Henry Abramson. Here is an old picture of me from before I grew my beard. Great. I am a dean at Touro College. I'm a Canadian by birth. I had the good fortune of studying at some of the world's greatest universities. I was at Harvard for a while, Cornell, Oxford, the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. My area of specialization began, as I mentioned, with Soviet Jewish history. Later, I moved into art history, intellectual history, and right now, my major project is a 3-volume survey of the history of the Jewish people published by Corin Press that'll come out, God willing, and starting in 2 years from now. So here's where we're going to travel. You can see this map here. Paris is right in the center of this blue line. If you were to go upriver, you get to Troyes, which is one of the most places, of course, associated with Rashi, the flourishing of the great medieval civilization there. But we're going to be going to the left, up to the north here, to Rouen, and then Le Havre, and we're going to spend some time at the embarkation point, D-Day, and so on. So we'll be traveling downriver for the beginning of our trip, stopping off at some of those major places, and then we'll be coming back, of course, at the end to get to Paris. This is a region called Normandy, and it's actually very deeply associated with a high point in Ashkenazic civilization. So we're going to spend a lot of time talking about basically 200 years of incredible creativity, really, a kind of an explosion of Jewish spiritual activity that continues to nourish Jewish minds to this very day and constitutes a staple in particular of the yeshiva curriculum. We're going to look at Rouen. This is the Palais de Justice, which is a place where they're kind of like their, not city hall, but their court system and we're going to spend a lot of time in particular discussing the Balei Tosafot, the grandchildren of Rashi and his the surrounding culture, which especially invested a tremendous amount of energy into developing the ancient texts of the Talmud and trying to understand how they could be applied to the High Middle Ages. And of course, the teachings of the Balei Tosafot continue to inspire Jews to this very day and have tremendous relevance. We're also going to be looking, of course, at some military history because we'll be looking at the Battle of the Somme. We'll be looking at the embarkation point for D-Day, and I have my colleague, Captain Herb, who is going to when you had this great high point of Jewish cultural activity here. And we're also going to be looking at the 20th century with the battles as well. What to expect? I mean, there's so much history. It's absolutely fantastic. I myself happen to be absolutely fascinated with the history of Abraham ibn Ezra, a noted biblical commentator and scientist. Here you